Hey folks, welcome back to Ready Steady Play, where we are picking up Chapter 10 of Oathsworn into the Deepwood. So, we're ready to go, we've got everything set up, we've just returned from our previous encounter. This is of course a playthrough of the entire Oathsworn campaign, so spoilers abound. If you have not seen them on your own, this will very much spoil what's coming. We have made decisions up to this point, which will affect what has happened, so it might not line up with what you've seen. So if you have played your own campaign, why not come along and see how ours is going? With that in mind, I am, as usual, joined by Chris. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Hello, I'm not too bad, thank you. How about you?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. Glad to be back. Glad to be here doing more Oathsworn.
Yes, very excited. It's our first story mode in 18 months.
A long time, yeah.
I've forgotten how to read.
Yep,
It's the only reading I do.
got my storybook here as well, so I'm all set. This goes up to chapter 11.
Hello, Difter, Heggers. How are you both? Hope you're doing well. I'm in a sleepy mood because I've had a busy week. So I'm gonna be chill today. Chill Chris today. Skimble's already making an early appearance. He's off camera now, but I'm sure he'll be here in a minute. Nice game. But yeah, so we are. We have returned from. I can't remember where we were now. I've forgotten again since last week. We've returned from the village that we were sent to.
Was it Grim Hollow? Were we in Grim Hollow?
Let's say yes. Sounds like a good name, right?
Well, I can't remember if Grim Hollow was the village we were just in, or the one before that where the Venerator was. I've forgotten.
No, the Venerator wasn't in Grim Hollow. Grim Hollow was in Verum, wasn't? No. He was in. Oh, by the way, remember the last episode? I couldn't remember the name of this place we started. That was called Bastone, and I did remember that. It just came to me one day. I didn't look it up. It just came to me. That was Bastone. That was a city that was destroyed and overrun, and we ended up in Verum, which is the capital. And then we went to another place where the Venerator was. And that was to get the healer monks. And I can't remember what that one was called now. Was it called Cistercia or something like that?
Oh, yeah, that sounds correct. Yeah. So then Grim Hollow was the town we were just in.
Yeah, if I can't remember the name Grim Hollow, but if that's from Oathsworn, that must be what it is, because we're out of things for it to be.
I'm pretty sure.
So we were sent to Grim Hollow by the prince lad. Or he's a king. He's young, but I think he's a king. We found out. I think because the shipment of mining, like metals and ores, stopped coming. We found out is because the big, what was he called? Mollusk. The mollusk monster was causing the problems. We killed it, and we were told to find that we were given a rod to control a golem.
Yeah, so we're given a golem control rod as part of a reward by those strange entities that sent us to the town.
Yes, the Nazgul. The Watchers.
Yeah, the Nazgul, exactly. The Black Watchers. So
like riders, but they watch.
Well, exactly right.
Well, voyeuristic, I guess.
And I just noticed, look at this. We're now on to chapter 10, The Expedition. Written by Jamie Jolly and Yvonne Vaziri Alai. I didn't know that they had credits on each chapter, so there you go.
No, I hadn't noticed that. I wonder if it's the only... Is it the first... Oh yeah, Jamie seems to be in all of them, and then each chapter has a guest writer?
And that's...
No, Paul Di Stefano has done several other chapters. This looks like this might be the first one that this person Yvonne Vaziri Alai has done. Let's see if it's significantly better writing. If so, then sorry, Paul.
Or Jamie.
But yeah, so we're back in Verum. Who knows what's going to happen now? And yeah, let's see. Let's see.
Shall I start reading?
Yeah, get it cracking. Because Heggers doubts I can read. So hey, Alessandro, you right?
The water rises, filling your eyes, ears, and mouth. You instinctively hold your breath, frantically searching for an exit. The room has no doors, no windows. It is not your burning lungs that scare you. It is that you're out of options. No escape from the inevitable. You jolt awake and immediately take a breath. It does not take a dream reader to tell you the meaning of that one. You know. The medicants are dead. You fought men and monsters to bring them here. Hells, you went and still it meant nothing. Hells, you nearly went mad and still it meant nothing. Just more bodies for the pyres. The plague had spread through them like wildfire. Their precautions, herbs and unguents could not save them. The few who had survived cited malefic powers and dared not return to the infected areas that grew larger every day. You could not blame them. Whatever it was beyond their craft. Perhaps beyond anyone's craft. Whatever it was, you shake your head. You shake your head straight. That kind of thinking gets you killed. There's always another way, you tell yourself, as the dream flashes in your mind once more. Place Verum, and place the Chapter 10A time track beneath it. And get the Path A card, which I've not got, because I'm on the ball. The free company marker goes on location 7. Alright, so here we are back in Verum. Here it is. I should have opened the Logitech thing for the camera. Oops.
That's okay. People were starting to get a bit weirded out by the stream being pretty much on time and not having any technical issues. Alessandro, you live in Ireland? Did I know that and I forgot? Or have you moved? Or did I just not know that?
Ooh. There we go. That's better, isn't it, folks? All right.
That is better, yes. Skimble. Don't, Skimble, why are you licking the chair? He likes licking things these days.
Tasty.
He licks plastic. He licks very odd things.
Oh, cats love plastic.
I'm Morganite.
So here we've got the new party marker, because I have since our last stream upgraded to the 2nd edition of the game.
I'm glad to see yours looks the same as mine, because the mock-up on the second Kickstarter made it look a lot more detailed and a bit better. Yeah, it just looked better.
It looked better on the campaign. Well, to be fair,
I got a dud, but it turns out I didn't.
No, although mine did come in 2 pieces, but I did fix it.
Oh, then I guess I got a good one. You
Yes,
got a dud.
I got a dud, it's true, but I didn't complain about it on account of the fact that this is a review copy, and I'm incredibly grateful for it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Alright, so we have placed everything, and it says if you have the Golem ally card, turn to 7.1, which we do.
This is correct.
I'm not sure why we got it. Is insofar as like how what one does in.
I think we got the card for uncovering certain clues in Grim Hollow about what was going on with the cult. If you recall, there was kind of two things.
They had it, didn't they? They had the golem, the cult. I think was that it.
Do you know what? I'm not sure exactly what happened. What I do recall is that the cult was interfering with some gemstone stuff that the Watchers really, really value, and it was the ceasing of those shipments that was causing them consternation. And the mollusk was just like sort of a coincidence that happened to be there. And it was our actual investigations into the cult that has pleased them, and I think resulted in the gift of the golem.
Right. Okay. But we needed something to kill, so we did.
Yeah. So there was just like a random monster that was also terrorizing things, which is pretty normal for the Deepwood, to be fair. All right. So with this in mind, opening your chamber door. Still a bit drowsy, you come to a dead stop. A giant towers inches before you, staring at you motionless. The golem. You had forgotten about it, but it is where you left it, having been ordered to stand guard. You command it to move, but it stares at you unblinkingly. You prepare to shout at the thing, then remember. Cursing under your breath, you collect the control rod, and gripping it in your hand, direct the thing again. This time it moves. You start to think. You may not so much have gained a tool as lost a hand.
That's amusing.
Now it wants me to check our allies. Let's see. It wants to know, do we have Quintus?
Finian.
Quintus and Finian. The answer is neither. I think... I don't remember who those are. So, never mind.
I'm amazed that never came up before, Alessandro. Or maybe it did. Maybe I've asked you this before and I just forgot. That's cool. What part of Ireland do you live in? I'm originally from Tipperary in the south. But I went to university in Dublin.
And I played Rebirth the other day, which has an Ireland map. And I had to sadly admit that I could not be first player because I've never been to Ireland.
You never been?
Nope.
Wow.
But I do always get to be first player on the Scotland map because I used to live there.
Is Rebirth good, by the way? Do you enjoy it?
It's yeah, I talk about it in the new podcast that's coming out next week. It's really, really good.
Oh, I remember you picked that was Essen last year, right? That came out. I think I vaguely remember it.
I think they had it at UKG and Essen last year, but I backed it on the crowdfunding campaign.
Gotcha. Cool. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, definitely. If you get a chance, I think it's my sort of light to middle lightweight game. The best one I've played in ages.
Mm-hmm.
Dublin, says Alessandro.
Mike's flown over Ireland going to the UK. Probably. Not necessarily. Probably. Yeah, from Canada, I guess you would do, because Canada and Ireland are actually quite similar at longitudes.
I still don't think we can count flying over as going there.
No, we can't.
All right, back to the story.
So do we have both of them?
No, we have neither.
Oh. Huh.
We don't have Finian or Quintus. I don't know where we would have got them.
We messed up, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, feel free to check your pack of allies, because I've recreated this in the second edition. Maybe I made a mistake, but... sadly...
I can do. If you'd like me to, I can. If you want to vamp for a minute, I can do that. I didn't get out my free company bag. I didn't think I needed. Is it west of Kilkenny? Is that Tipperary? Yeah, Tipperary borders Kilkenny. We hate Kilkenny because they're our rivals in the hurling.
Kilkenny's on the Rebirth map, so...
Is Tipperary?
I'm
Clonmel?
not sure. I only noticed Kilkenny because they have a beer at the Irish pub at Essen, and Chris always tells me I can't have it. So that's the only reason I know the name Kilkenny.
It's true. It's true. You know the rivalry well. I don't have those two either. So.
Okay, that's fair. So back to the story then. Tragically, we have none of the allies we need. So...
I don't think we need them necessarily. Maybe something bad happens if we have them. Maybe they betray
True,
us.
yeah, exactly. As you descend the stairs, the common room is nearly full, even at this hour. Yet there is an air to the place. The news of the medicants is talk of the city. Now I have to try to remember the voices Chris gave everyone. Good morning!
At one point, Bram and Greycane changed voices about halfway through our campaign. They swapped over because I got confused. So, you'll be right.
Greycane's doing Gandalf.
Greycane's quite well spoken and a little what's the other word? A little
Can he be elderly?
No, he's not elderly. He's like not sarcastic, but like as a gentle like a gentle. You can tell I was an actor. There's like a gentle undertone of sarcasm, and he's well spoken. Greycane's quite gruff and rugged.
Oh right, yeah, okay. So yes, that's right. So I had Bram is the one that's well spoken and a little sarcastic.
No, Greycane. Well, which one's the owner of the inn, and which one's the bar?
Good question.
Greycane, the bard.
Oh, Grey. You're right. Greycane is the bard. I'd confused the characters. Yeah. So there's Greycane, and Bram.
Yeah, look at that mustache. He is definitely a bit sarcastic and well spoken.
Oh yeah, no, without a doubt. I just confused the two characters. I just got them mixed up. I thought it was the other way around. All right, here we go. Good morning. Sorry, I got something in my nose right there.
That was actually alright. That was pretty good.
Good morning, Greycane calls, the only smiling face you see in the room. Bram's been working on a new recipe for wall plaster. It's not plaster, it's porridge, and it didn't stop you eating 2 bowls. Bram retorts, turning his nose up to Grey Cane. You grab bowls and sit down, ready to eat. Now we have to check if we have Dane.
I think we're all very happy with Mike's rendition of the voices. We're just catching up with all the allies we have. Every ally we have to talk to now.
We don't have Dane either, so it's
like
quite good.
In the camp in Baldur's Gate, like, talk to your allies.
This is like when I had to do the first episode of there was the adventure game. God, I've forgotten the name of it now, but there's like 11 characters. I was trying to do all of them with different voices, so I didn't constantly have to go like so and so says this. Right, we do not have Dane. You break your fast, pondering over the changing capital. Whole new sections of the city have fallen to the plague, with guards standing in line, hindering people from leaving or entering. You have seen 4 adults get into a fight over an apple, one gutting another with a knife, and then, worst of all, hearing the news about the medicants. Looking around the room, you recognize the insidious danger of hopelessness on the faces you find there. Perhaps something to pick up their spirits. If you have at least 10 iron, you can buy everyone around. Or ask Grey Cane to tell a story.
We
do have that money. We have 27.
Is that including the money we got? We got like 12, didn't we, for that?
Yeah, that includes the 12.
Is it helpful to buy around? It's a lot.
I guess it depends on how successful we think Grey Cane will be.
Yeah, and basically, is this a good use of our money? Because the money is useful. Money in this is not useless, like in some games where you kind of end up with more than you can deal with. Or more than you could possibly spend.
Yep.
I am slow to give away 10 money, I must say. But if we think we'll get enough value out of it.
I think it's very hard to tell.
Do we lose a health or something, all of us, in a ruckus?
But if Grey Cane tells a story.
Yeah.
Do we trust Grey Cane to actually be a good bard?
I mean, I'm sure he's alright. I guess, what do we need the money for? We need to buy equipment. We for the most part get enough equipment.
Well, I did all the re-equipping that we did on the last episode, and I think we're pretty well set up at the moment.
Yeah, we are, and we have quite a few no injuries. We've got quite a few curatives in the deck.
I was surprised actually how well stocked our injury deck is with curatives when I was changing to the new edition.
We bought quite a lot. Or
Yeah.
either that, or did you just take out the curative deck like you do every time?
Like I've done every time. No, I did not make that mistake. We at some point, I think, spent a lot of money on curatives. I think there was a special offer or something on that we took advantage of.
Yeah, there was something good going on, which is good because we get injured more easily in the hardcore mode. Well, I mean, I guess we can afford it then. We also have a lot of equipment that we can sell at half value that we don't really have a use for. So actually 10, we probably could raise 10 by selling junk quite easily.
We do have a pretty full backpack.
Yeah, so go on then. I will vote for buying everyone around, but with the caveat that this has to be unanimous. I don't want to spend money non-unanimously. If you don't want to do it, then we don't.
No, I'm happy to do it. So I think why not show some generosity in these troubled times. Okie dokie. So we lose 10 iron. Oathsworn gain an empowered ×3 token.
Okay.
Just take a moment to arrange that.
I mean, power is good. It is not to be sniffed at. That's for sure.
So it says around on the house you yell, and I was trying to think which character is yelling this. Like, how do I do a tree or a bird?
I don't talk, I don't think, my character.
Yeah, I can't imagine that the Avi speak common in the same way humans do, but maybe they do. No. I don't know. I don't know.
Your character doesn't speak at all.
Yeah, it doesn't even have a mouth.
No.
So So I guess this is the priest then. Around on the house.
It's you plural, so it's anyone who can talk simultaneously.
Yeah, well, precisely. Around on the house, you yell, and the whole room answers with cheers. As the drinks are served, everyone lifts their cup to each other's health and enjoys this small moment of unforeseen good luck. Moments like these are important, but raising spirits won't help get rid of this killer plague. You continue talking amongst yourselves until you hear the door open, and all talk and movement around you dies down. The silhouette of a hooded figure is visible against the morning sun, lingering on the doorstep. Just going to get rid of our folks here for a moment. There, you can disappear back into the bar. The hooded figure is visible against the morning sun, lingering on the doorstep, seemingly hesitant to enter. Then it silently steps into the amber-lit room. There are a few gasps and murmurs. This is no ordinary visitor. Piercing eyes from a green-skinned, mouthless face find you in an instant. She pulls back her hood and reveals, instead of hair, long vines growing from her head, entangled in an elaborate braid. Inhabited. Greycane finally breaks the spell and motions her closer. Heroes of Bastone, he says with a wink, I would like to introduce you to a friend of mine. She has helped me find more than a few things since we've been here, and what she lacks in words, she makes up for in eyes. Turning to the Addendri, he makes swift hand motions in the knock. You know enough of it to communicate the basics, but find it hard to follow Greycane's rapid clicking, clapping, and gesturing. He seems to have a vast treasury of words in any language. The Addendri knocks in reply, and you can discern she has an offer she wants to bring before the leader with the hat. From past interaction, you know this to mean the king.
If anyone's forgotten what the knock is, that's the percussive language that the Addendri communicate in, which is what your character is as well.
Yeah, the ranger.
Archer,
I can
the ranger. Yeah.
bring out the ranger here to show you an example of what these characters look like. There we are. Greycane takes over the translation. She says word of the Medicants has reached the green streets. The Addendri know what many in this city think of them. They're scorned and hated, yet this is their home too, and they wish to help. She says if anyone can save the city now, it will be those in her homeland. They know more of the ways of nature than anyone. She's offering to take you to the fabled Witchwood. Taken aback, you look more closely at the female. You know what it means for any Addendri to want to return to that place. Those that call the Green Streets home arrived as refugees from the Witchwood, and although you do not know exactly what happened there, whatever it was bad enough to risk the Deepwood to escape it. No one has ever been to the Witchwood, and to return to tell the tale, yet still tales have arisen. Its very name is a derivation of the word witch. Men with a full belly of ale concoct fabulous stories of its horror. You have no wish to go there, yet everyone loses if the plague wins, and right now, you're out of cards to play. You exchange knowing glances with each other. Ultimately, it won't be your decision. The king will need to hear of this. Rising from the table to prepare to head to the palace, you ask what you are to call the Addendri, and you get a simple, single gesture in reply. Guide. Take ally card 23, Guide. And place location token 28 and go there.
Okay, 28 is the palace.
Alright.
And as we are on path A, that will be 28.1.
Oh, I didn't get my tokens out.
What are you looking for? What are you looking for?
Token 28, right? To go on the time track? Is that how this works?
Oh, yes, yes.
Remember, at least remember that much about how to play. There we go.
7's meant to be on the time track as well, Mike.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
It says to put 7 there at the start. So we're 2 in already.
There we go. I got my tokens out, so I'm more prepared. Oh, and some of these random time ones. Well, we might need those too. Who knows?
Yes, Difter, I think she may be expendable. We'll see.
Maybe. Right, the guide. Right.
23. I think.
Yep. So here she is.
A Dindri volunteer. Cool. Very good.
Oh, yep. And then we're going to go over here to location 28. Where is it? Oh, it's actually quite...
It's the palace.
Yeah.
That's 28.1 because we're in Path A.
The king considers your words. His blue eyes pierce you, seeking the right path through what you have just said. An expedition to the Witchwood, says High Captain Trent. It is a bold move. If you dare do it, I don't see why we shouldn't take the chance. Without breaking eye contact with you, the king replies, "Fools make an ally of chance, High Captain."
I'm pretty sure the king is it like 616?
Oh, really?
Yeah, remember?
Fools make an ally of chance, High Captain. Our
I said
free
16, not 6.
God damn.
I'm trying to find the
What does a
picture
16-year-old sound like?
There, if you go to page 72 in this book, there's an illustration of him.
Oh, yep. There we go. Basically King Joffrey.
That's exactly that's why I remembered it so clearly. But he wasn't evil.
Alright. 16, not 6. Let's see if I can... Third time's the charm for 16. Let's see.
He might be 20, I can't remember. I think he was quite young, though.
Okay, so he's young, but not... Well, I mean, but potentially not yet post-puberty is what we're saying. Right.
Not post, no. Is that Joffrey? Exactly, Haggard. It's nice Joffrey. Joffrey.
Fools make an ally of chance, High Captain. Our free companies are our most valuable assets, and they're not to be squandered. Especially not this one. Perform a reasoning check. Difficulty 5.
Do we have on our free
Quick-witted? Yes, we do have quick-witted.
So quick-witted, alas, I admit it.
So we need 5 successes, right? And
so quick-witted gives a free reroll. Is that correct?
yeah. So we've got to get to 5, and we have 1 free reroll.
And we have the company we haven't got any reroll. Wait, do we start with rerolls? At all?
I'm just checking. I don't think anyone starts with a reroll. Nobody starts with a reroll.
Okay, so then we have just the 1 free.
We can't use empower tokens on this, right? That's combat only.
That's combat only, yeah. And reroll tokens can be used on these, but we haven't got any. So, yeah, okay. So we want to get, an average of 1, I think, per die, right? So I guess you want, 6, probably? 6 whites?
6 whites.
It has to be whites. We haven't got anything better.
Yeah, I mean, and that's an average. Yeah, I think probably 6 whites. That averages a miss. So if we're lucky, we won't, and if we're unlucky, well, I mean, if we average, we'll just have to re-roll and hope we don't re-roll into a blank.
Yeah, it means we have 6 means we hit it. We actually average a 6, and without missing. No, and miss, but then we have to re-roll. So, yeah.
Would you like to roll, or shall I?
You can do the first one.
Okay.
You're reading. You do it.
All right, here we go. The see-through RSP tray.
But if
can we draw cards at this stage? We can also use cards.
Yes. Oh yeah, we can. It's a good point, actually.
Should we card it? And then maybe... I don't know. What does that mean?
You can card it if you want. It's
Sure, I'm a big fan of cards. Let's card it. You're just gonna have to bear with me, Chatter, while I do
goodbye, dice tray.
a shuffle because I don't know if I shuffled these.
I'm just gonna see what I would roll. This doesn't count. This doesn't count. Oh, is it moved? No, why is it moved?
I blame Skimble.
It probably was Skimble. I had a plan, you see, so there we go. Hang on. Alright. Oh no, it doesn't work because it was much better in frame when we first set it up. Why has it gone so wrong? Very upset now. Well, I got 4 misses, so it's actually irrelevant.
Well, thank God Chris wasn't in charge then. But just getting the misses out the system, I think.
How do I make this? Can you bring that back up while you so I can just find a way to... That's okay, hang on, let me find a way to make this... So that's the section there that I need to... Okay, so if I just roll into that corner, it'll work. Fine, I'll do that next time.
Cool. In the meantime, here's 6 cards.
I need a permanent solution for my table camp. It will come in time.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The good news is...
The dice tray is a bit too small for the cats, but you know, I wouldn't be surprised they try.
Okay, we're off to a good start. Yep. Uh-oh.
Oh, for God's sake, Mike.
Ooh.
Yay!
Okay.
Yay!
2. Another 2.
Okay. Great, just not on a miss.
Yes!
Oh, excellent.
We nailed it. 7.
Great.
Did we get something for really good reasoning?
No, but hang on. We have 7, right?
Yeah.
So is it worth re-rolling one of the ones for free to try and get a miss?
Yes. Let's re-roll one of the ones for free because we've succeeded anyway. And then if we get something good, we know not to touch the cards the rest of this story. And if we get something bad, at least we've helped clear out the deck.
If it's a miss, then it's a perfect.
Yes!
So now you've actually got an average die, pretty much, but no crits.
So the cards are actually stacked a little bit in our favor, which is good.
Yeah, there's like 7 cards and 2 misses, but no crits. It's probably very, very marginal in our favor, but it's something.
When you're doing challenges and you can only roll whites and only re-roll very minimally, we'll take whatever advantage we can get.
Absolutely. So we succeed.
Yes. You find some clear words to describe Verim's situation and paint a vivid picture of how fast a city can fall if its guards are weakened by plague or death. You do not want to go to the Witchwood, but since when has that meant anything? You will not sit around and wait for the end. That is not your way. If the Adendri have a cure, you say, we will find it. You see agreement in most faces, and the king nods respectfully. It seems he had wanted to see how committed you were. The king glances toward a watcher who'd been standing on the opposite side of the room the whole time. Then his majesty rises. There shall be an expedition to the Witchwood, supported by the crown. Preparations shall begin immediately. The clerk looks up at you from his scroll. The king has granted you his full support for the expedition. The king wishes several specialists to join you on your journey, and we need some time to assemble them and arrange what is needed. Some provisions will be provided, but the crisis will make this difficult. You can use the limited time to prepare anything you might need for yourself. A few extra rations and a new blade wouldn't hurt, the clerk says, as if you'd never been beyond the city gates. He was not wrong, though. You do need to know what you will find on this journey. You try to ask Guide how long the journey will be, and a few knocks convey the less than helpful long. Careful preparation would be wise. So, the joke here is that Chris was hoping we'd have a relatively average story session today, rather than, say, the very, very long Journey Through the Deep Woods, where we played a maze game, or the prison break that we did in Cisteria. Unfortunately, it's looking more like a maze minigame than a quick one.
I'm up at 4 a.m. tomorrow. We'll see how we go.
We'll see what we can do, yeah. You have until slot 5 on the time track to prepare for your journey. Gather what equipment, extra rations, blessings, or information you may need for your journey. Place location tokens 4, 6, 13, 15, and 19. And then choose somewhere to go to.
4, 6, 13, 15, 19. So that includes the market and the banks, the apothecary, I should say, actually, and the banksmith. Banksmith being where we can buy and sell weapons and items. The apothecary being where we can buy curatives. Do we have the runner upgrade? Or is that what it's called? Do you know the upgrade where you can spend money instead to send an urchin to the banksmith and the apothecary for you?
I didn't know if that was an upgrade or just something you could do. If it's an upgrade, we don't have it.
Oh, maybe it's just something you can do. I thought it was on the sheet.
No, I think it's just something you can do. I think one of the allies does it.
Midge.
Yeah, Midge is our little guide. I think he might do it.
Maybe. I thought it was an upgrade for some reason. Are you sure it's not one of the one on the sheet there? Well connected. Yeah, well connected right there. Bottom
Right.
left.
Okay, so we don't have that.
Okay, that's fine. So that means if we have to actually spend a slot to do that. But we're well stocked for the apothecary. Going to the banksmith would have the benefit of we could potentially buy some chapter 10 items. But we're pretty well set up, we think, right?
Yeah, I also think we have quite a few... Oh, no one's actually... Oh, I've equipped a chapter 10 quilted gambeson, but I don't think it's actually any better than the chapter 9 one I had on before. I don't think there was a massive jump from 9 to 10 in terms of item quality.
The only thing I'm kind of seeking really is a better weapon, but I don't know if it's I don't think it's worth going just for that. Also, because there might not be much of a better weapon.
Yeah, you're using the Bardiche at the moment from chapter 9.
Yeah, which is, is that from chapter 9? Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I mean, like, I doubt we're gonna get much better, in terms of staff weapons and stuff. I mean, I don't have to have staff weapons. I can have other stuff, I suppose, as well. But I don't think it's worth going just for that. And obviously, any of us could find better weapons, but I think we're mostly reasonably well set up. So it's probably we can go there if we have a leftover slot, but if we have like a leftover time. But we should probably try and prioritize information since we don't think we need it.
I'm just putting these out, and my first and immediate instinct is to go to the Green Streets.
Green Street, yeah. That's exactly what I thought, because they'll hopefully have info. We have someone fluent in the knock with us now. Actually, we already did. So
yeah, but I mean, we've got someone who's sort of likely to elicit more sympathy, I suppose, or perhaps generosity there.
Yeah, no, I agree. That was my first instinct as well. So let's go to the Green Street, which is 4.1. Which I couldn't find because I was accidentally in chapter 9. And I was very confused.
Oh, and we've got a city event coming up as well.
Oh, yes. Okay.
You come to the entrance of the Green Streets, where the mud and mortar give way to mossy ground and vine-covered buildings. To your surprise, you find a makeshift field hospital set up, where a number of people lay on the soft mossy ground. The The Adendri present treat them with mushed herbs and pulses in an attempt to slow the obvious infection that reveals itself in black veins that creep across their bodies. Noticing you, a male Adendri with a crest of bark antlers approaches. Guide releases a fine mist of spores from her hair toward the newcomer, and an unspoken exchange takes place. Already proving her worth, Guide taps out an explanation in the knock. It appears the Adendri are immune to the plague, so they are doing what they can to help. Few will accept their aid, though. Tensions have always been high between humans and Adendri, and the fact that the Adendri are not seen to suffer with the rest of the population has not made things any better. With nothing more to be gained here, you go to leave, but as you do, the male stops you with a gesture. Without any communication you could see, 2 Adendri appear from houses and hold out an armful of provisions. It seems the communication with Guide has gone both ways, and they know where you are going. With thanks, you accept their gifts. Gain 2 rations. Track the amount of rations you have with a tracker token, and then choose a location.
Rations were crucial for the Deepwood, remember? That's
Yep.
good. We should prioritize getting these. Yay, food! Exactly. Although rations, the word rations doesn't exactly make me smack my lips with anticipation of deliciousness. Deliciousness. I said that word strangely. Deliciousness. But yeah, food is food.
I need to get a pencil. Bear with me.
It says tracker token. I can't remember what a tracker token is.
I think it's just the number tokens, or it might be the white clue tokens.
Yes, you're right. There, it's in the it's actually in the black tray of tokens. Yeah, these ones here.
But I just have to write it down on the back of our company sheet, or else I forget what on earth it means.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So here we go. 2 rations.
So my instinct is we don't need to go to the apothecary banksmith, so we should just go to the church and the market. Like we're in a privileged position that we're happy with our curatives and our equipment, so let's just go and get rations/info. Yeah.
Yep, sounds good to me. Church first?
Yeah, church first, I think, because that's where I most logically would expect to get rations for the needy.
Well, I think we're going to get a blessing there, and it's going to give us some nice tokens.
That'd be cool.
But
before we go there, en route to the church.
What? Oh, yes, the city event.
City event is going to occur. What previous action will now have consequences with a city event?
I think I have about 18 cards here, chat. Do you want to pick a number? Yeah, the other thing is I'm not quite sure
what...
I
was going to say 19, just so you know.
Or 0. Or 105.
Ah!
Oh, God. You guys are just the worst. No, I was going to say as well, because I'm not quite sure what we're going to get at the church. It's probably quite good to go to the market last, and then we can buy what we need. Or we'll know better what we need. 13
Thanks,
from Heggers.
Good number. Good choice. You know he's doing that hoping it's going to be a bad number for us.
Lucky number 13. What could possibly go wrong?
I love 13.
If Jonas is not part of your company anymore, do a thing. Right. Jonas.
Am I so transparent? Yes, Heggers.
Jonas, the young squire, is in the company.
So read on.
To see if I can make this just a little more visible for you guys. For some reason, it's just terrible.
I appreciate the wordplay, Morganite.
Nope, that's not better. I think that's better. All right, Jonas feels right at home in the city and is eager to run errands for you, as well as making sure you know which streets to take and which streets to avoid. All Oathsworn gain I think it's a battle flow token.
I can't tell.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, it was a good one. Thanks, Eggers.
Do...
Lucky 13.
Quick question. What happens to these events after they're done? Do they come out the deck?
Yeah, they're gone now. doesn't just happen again. I don't think. Heggers, you can't wish it to go that badly. Ultimately, if all the Oathsworn die, that's just it. We fail. Then we have to start the whole thing again.
And we will start from 1 and stream it all over again. Don't think that we won't. It's only taken however long it's taken.
This is going to be. I mean, when you think about how in how little time we all actually streamed the whole of Jaws the Lion, it was pretty good going.
Yeah, but that was during the pandemic. Like,
Yeah,
well, those conditions will never come back around.
We hope.
Yeah, well, exactly. Crossing my fingers there. All right, so we're off to the church.
Take me to church. So that's 15.1.
Nearing the church, you can hear several bishops from far away. They are preaching to the masses that are kneeling on the steps, sitting on the dirty cobbles, or even standing on nearby roofs for a better view. The streets are packed with people everywhere. God sees your strength. He knows you can overcome this trial, this plague. Cursed is the deep wood and everything that comes from it. It seeks to devour us, but we shall not let it. No! If you strengthen your pillar and keep your path, you shall not falter, shall not stray. The One wills it, and his will be done. The crowd cheers, and you feel the power of the crowd roll over you. Is this just blind hope you're witnessing, or something else? So we've got three choices. Enter the church to spend some time in prayer. Tell people to help others, not listen to prayers, or go somewhere else. I know your instinct is to start trying to tell people not to listen to the church.
No, I'm role playing it here. I'm role playing it. The RV probably wouldn't be interested in the one, given as he can see the future. I think it's unlikely. The Adendri, I'm guessing, don't believe in the same god as the humans.
Can't imagine they do.
So that's 50% of our group right there. The Warden probably would. I think the Warden's probably...
I reckon the Warden and the Priest are probably both quite into the one.
Yeah. So we're kind of 50-50, and our ones don't really talk. The nose, so I guess the Priests... I guess they probably would go in and pray then, would they?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they probably would. I think given as well that the priest is like the actual through line of the whole group as well.
What does that mean?
I think he's the only one that's been on every mission.
That is possibly true, yeah. Yeah, because the Harbinger was from number 2 onwards, I think. Yeah, let's go in and have a moment to pray.
Maybe we can have a sort of a progressive priest who's non-denominational, and he says, to whatever God you believe in, you know. Yep. You ascend the steps to enter the church, a crowd respectfully making way. Inside the huge walls, the more well-heeled visitors are sitting more comfortably on the church benches to listen to the Archbishop's sermon. 1,000 small candles are lit for the sick and dying, their flickering light illuminating the grandeur of the church's interior. You spend some time in silent prayer and ask God's grace for a successful expedition until the Archbishop's booming voice tears you from your thoughts. And blessed are the brave who face the deepwood curse without fear. God shall have mercy on their souls. All Oathsworn gain a redraw token. Add a time token to the time track.
Well, the redraw is fantastic, but that took us double time, basically. So no market for us.
Which means we only have 2 rations, which is bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you wouldn't have any rations if we'd gone to the banksmith, the apothecary, and the church, I guess. So we'll probably get a chance to get more. So we're going to be now. So now we have to go to 28.6 in the storybook because we have reached slot 5.
Yes. 28.6.
Let me know when if your voice needs a rest. By the way.
I will do. I might actually need one. It's surprisingly.
It is. But do you want me to take over now then? So rather than tiring out, and then you take over again before I tire out.
Sounds good. Why don't you take it from here for a bit?
Okay. A royal messenger finds you and tells you that preparations for the expedition are complete. You are expected to report to the palace at your earliest convenience. That was very quick. If you have the Herald ally card, one thing will happen. If we do not. In that case, 28.3 it is. As you cross the old stone bridge over the gutters, you pass by the usual doomsayers. Unsurprisingly, their numbers seem to have grown, but the message remains the same. One of them clutches your arm as you walk by. Angrily, you turn to him with the intent to shake him off, but his grip is surprisingly firm and he stares at you intensely. Dark is the way, and black is the mouth that one knows the dreams. Beware the darkest dream, most of all, for it speaks the truth, he shouts, before releasing you and descending into manic laughter. Place your free company marker on location 28. We're back at the palace now, folks. As you enter the palace courtyard, you find a gaggle of disparate. I couldn't see the first A, and I was like, I don't know this word. As you enter the palace court, you find a gaggle of disparate characters. But is that meant to be desperate?
Well, disparate means diverse, right? Like unexpectedly diverse.
I've never seen it in that context before. As an adjective, I thought it was a noun.
It doesn't mean desperate in this context, just reading on.
No, no, I'm just saying I didn't realize the word disparate could be used like as an adjective. You see, I don't read Heggers, you see? As you enter the palace courtyard, you find a gaggle of disparate characters, checking packs and in discussion with the various servants who are helping with the final preparations for the expedition. You knew the king wanted to send others with you, but he had not expected a group of academics. You doubt any have ever been in the shadow of the Deepwood. A rather stiff official greets you in full formality before launching into an introduction of the people present. May I present the royal botanist, Lady Merilla, and her assistants. Their knowledge may help you in identifying and safely transporting potential cures, he says. Then moving to the next woman. May I also present Lady Edith, an archivist of the Third Circle, who shall keep true record of events and knowledge gleaned from the Witchwood. She also has some scribes to support her task. I am certain you will find their wisdom and extensive historical knowledge quite invaluable. As the official pauses to draw breath, a large man in full plate armor interjects, making sure he is being introduced properly by taking matters into his own hands. I am Sir Cyprian, Knight of the Realm. For 13 generations, members of my family have served the crown. I have volunteered to protect these ladies and yourselves with my life against all horrors that might befall us on our brave expedition. Sir Cyprian has a few manservants and a squire with him. He did not seem to think worth mentioning. Gain ally cards 24, Merilla, 25, Edith, and 26, Cyprian. Each ally represents their entire group, so their servants and squires and whatnot. In addition, your men-at-arms have been upgraded. Oh, there's Sir Cyprian. Non-combat ally. What use is a non-combat knight?
Agreed.
He might become one. In addition, your men-at-arms have been upgraded. Archive all the starting men-at-arms ally cards and gain ally cards 27 to 30 inclusive. The men-at-arms were basically the generic allies who stand in should one of your Oathsworn be defeated in combat, or in our case, die in combat. But you would never really use them if you had actual better allies, because the actual allies are typically better.
I think we've only had death mid-round death happened like one time, and we used an actual ally twice.
Yeah, and we didn't use the men at arms. We used better people.
Yeah, that's right.
We have a couple of actually quite good allies. We have the golem now.
Yeah.
So it's still nice to know that our generic people have. I guess it makes sense that they kind of need to be upgraded mid campaign, right?
Here's our new man at arms. He's got 3 defense. He's got a red might and 2 yellow might, and it says he can move 4 and attack with his 2 animus. After this ally has died, they may be regained from the archive for amount of iron equal to their current level.
These are the new ones, right?
Yeah, and there's 4
and
of them.
Defense 3. Okay, sweet.
So there's some amount of anticipation that everybody might die.
No, it's just upgrading our generic base level replacements, right? With the awkward instructions out of the way, the official then grants you access to a selection of weaponry and armor and other equipment, as well as stockpiles of food. You remind everyone that you will want to travel light, so space is limited, but rations will be a necessity for everyone. Considering the road ahead, you try to gauge what you'll need. Perform a reasoning check, difficulty 6, and add 1 if the result if the Harbinger is with you, because you can see the future.
Hey, nice. For a minute there, when I read add 1, I thought, oh, add 1 to the result. Yeah, I missed the add to the result, so I read difficulty 6, add 1 if the Harbinger's with you, and I was like, oh, fuck.
No, so we actually essentially it's difficulty 5. Do we get a reroll on reasoning?
It's reasoning again, so yes.
Oh, was the first one also reasoning?
Yep.
Brilliant. Excellent. This should be easy. I say we do 5 again. No, we did 6 last time.
We did 6 last time.
Yeah, we do 6 again, right? Because this is essentially exactly the same.
Yes. And we pick...
And we have rerolls if we really need them.
Yeah, and we pick... Yeah, do we do this as a collective, or do we need to pick someone to do it?
Do you mean for the purpose of the rerolls?
Yeah.
Any member of the company can offer their reroll for a group check.
Cool. All right. So as a collective then.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes, that's to answer your question. As a collective.
So we need cards again, I guess, because it's favorable.
I think we go cards again, given how it went. Yeah.
Okie dokie. Here we go. So 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And we're looking for a result of 5 or higher, and no more than 1 miss.
But we have got a free reroll and some redraws we can actually spend thanks to the church. So there's a 1.
Just like last time. Good start.
2 crit.
Oh. I mean, we smashed it so far. Just no misses.
There's a miss. Another 2 crit. And another miss.
Okay.
So we'll re-roll a miss, I think, to start, right?
Yeah. So we're actually completely, when it comes to misses, we're completely average now for the cards.
Oh, we seem to only have 5 cards left in the deck. So.
Oh, because we drew 6 and then we drew the extra one.
Yeah.
Wait, no. Oh yeah.
So that would be 4 misses out of the deck, out of a total of 6. So from these 5 cards, 2 are misses.
2 misses. Yeah. So actually, we're statistically better off rolling this.
Yes, you're correct. We can't resolve the crits before rerolls, can we?
No.
Okie dokie. Well then, do you want to reroll a die for this one?
Sure.
So why don't you do it? Because I'm got my camera here.
Okay, here we go.
Hey! Nice work.
No worries. It's another crit as well. So that's nice.
So we got, we got crit there as well, so...
Oh, sorry, I took it out.
No worries. So we got 3 crits, so we might as well just burn through this deck and see what 2 cards we're left with, right?
Yeah, on the off chance we can leave ourselves with a crit or something, yeah.
So there's 1 crit,
Good.
2 crits,
Boo. No
3
crits left.
crit. So we've got 1 more because we've pulled into
crit.
a crit.
You might as well.
It's the 1, so the final card is actually a blank, so we won't use that ever unless...
We'll crit into it at some point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it'll be reset before the encounter step anyway.
I meant in the story phase.
If we have to do another test, but... Well, actually, to be fair, we are like a quarter of the way through the story, so...
Yeah, it's true, actually. We're getting there. All right, 28.9 next because we succeeded. Is that correct? Yes, it is. From what you could gather from Guide's knock, and the stories you've heard before, you have some vague idea of what you will need. You estimate that around 12 to 20 rations will be enough. You will need to feed yourselves and your allies, Cyprian, Edith, and Morella. Guy does not need to eat. Place the ally cards for Cyprian, Edith, and Marilla in the middle of the table. Gain 10 rations. Track the amount of rations you have with a tracker token. So we have 12 total, which is the lower end of the 12 to 20. In addition, you may immediately lose one ration to gain 2 free combat tokens of your choice to share amongst the free company however you wish. This may be done up to 4 times. You may immediately lose one ration to gain any one item from the common item deck. This may be done up to 2 times. My goodness. I mean, we can't we? That's just mad.
No, we already know we're on the minimum.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should have gone to the market and bought rations. God, what a pain.
Yeah, we could have just bought rations probably. God damn it.
And then we could have got better tokens than the redraw we got at the church.
But at least we prayed.
And I believe, given the success in our reasoning checks, that God's on the one has our back.
Exactly. So I'm assuming we're not doing anything. We're keeping all 12 rations, right?
I mean, as long as you're in agreement, that's my preference.
Absolutely. Hopefully we'll get some more tokens in due course. We already got 2 from the story. We start with some, I know, from our characters. So we got some tokens going in. And we got plenty more time to get some. Alright, with final preparations over, you look at your new entourage. Everyone seems nervous except for Sir Cyprian, who is boasting of his past deeds in colourful detail. Green indeed, but not for long. You learn quickly or you die in the deep wood. Off to the side, Guide stands still, quite still, her expressionless face revealing nothing of her emotions. You wonder what she thinks of returning to her homeland. When your reverie is broken by the arrival of the king, flanked by... Oh, sorry, that was a very poorly phrased sentence. You wonder what she thinks of returning by her homeland when your reverie is broken by the arrival of the king, flanked by 2 watches. In the hands of one of the watches is a strange-looking compass, which is handed to you. Wherever you go, this will point you back, the watcher says with a rasp. You look at the compass curiously. Made of dark metal, richly decorated. You find it, instead of a needle, it has a small movable vial in it filled with thick red liquid. Strangely, it does not point north, but instead to the Ravenspire. You pocket it, making sure to secure it well, as you are aware of its value, not in iron, but for survival. As you do so, you barely notice a new member has been added to your group. A sinewy man in close-fitting leather. His face is indistinct, though he wears no mask. Your eyes slip off him, as though he were just another face in the crowd. You look away, almost forgot he was there. Who or what is that? You ask the watcher, who gave you the compass. An asset, he replies. You have your mission. He has his. What the feck is this? Perform another reasoning check, difficulty 6, +1 if the Huntress is with you, which unfortunately the Huntress is not with us. So this is going to be a difficulty 6. But we are going to get another free reroll.
Oh, and we get a free success as well. I don't think we remembered to add that last time.
Why do a free success?
Because we had the Harbinger, right?
Last time we got a free success. This time we don't. No, not success, but +1.
Yeah, it says add 1 to the... Oh, the Huntress. Sorry, I'm the Ranger.
Yeah.
Not the Huntress.
Yeah, so last time we didn't need it because we rolled well enough. But this time we need 6 now for realsies.
No, do you want to try dicing it?
Yeah, I'm happy to if you want me to.
Well, we're not
6.
pulling cards, so one of us is dicing it.
Are we going 6 of them then? We have a reroll, right? 6 should be enough, in theory. Should be exactly
yeah,
correct.
we've got a free reroll, and then thank God we took quick-witted. Good lord.
I know. 3 times useful. Alright, so we're going with 6 dice, yeah?
Yep.
Ooh, I think one... Oh my god, one of them's off camera, I think.
Yeah, we got a few off camera here, but it looks good. Yep. It looks good.
Let's crit that 0 out of the way, please.
Oh, yep. And then I have to automatically reset the deck, right?
Yeah. Wow, that wasn't too shabby. It's much harder to roll 6 into that corner. I'll roll them 2 at a time or something next time. Wow, that was pretty good though. I'm pleased with that.
Yeah.
All right, we succeed. You have heard stories infrequently uttered in the night when ale has loosened the tongue. Stories of hollow men who operate unseen on behalf of the Watchers and answer to no one else. Back then, you had questioned the truth of these stories like dark fairy tales thought up only to get unruly children to behave. Now you know better.
Yeah, like the bird people, the tree people are totally plausible, but the hollow men of the Watchers, that's beyond belief.
It sounds like they haven't got souls or something. It's kind of
yeah, there's something
3.5.
grim here, isn't there? Something's not right.
So we add a time token to the track.
Okie dokie.
Add city events 11, 12, 13, and 14 to your city event deck. Oh, this is probably because we have the fellow, the hollow man.
Did we need to take a card, or are we about to? An ally card.
Nope. And we're not about to either, I don't think.
Oh, okay, so we don't actually get the hollow man as an ally.
He's not an ally. We have our mission, he has his.
Uh-oh. Here it is, right. Which event numbers was that, please?
11, 12, 13, and 14 for city.
11, 12, 13, 14.
And
Yep.
for the Deepwood events, it's 16, 17, 18, and 19.
Got it.
Alright. Shuffle those in, and I shall continue reading. Escorted by the palace guard, and you make your way through the city, across the bridge, passing the cathedral, the gutters, and the market. But you don't think to stop at the market and buy rations. Everywhere, people stop and turn to see you pass. Some are making signs for luck and shout blessings, but a lot merely return your gaze with an empty stare. As you approach the King's Gate, you see the way lined with barricades and enforced by armed guards. The cobbles have been lost to the plague, and its inhabitants are left to fend for themselves. The stench of death is sickening, and you quicken your pace to reach the gate. As you walk past, you notice the large city of peasants approaching the guard line. Looking to you, they cry out, "Food for the poor! Please, my lords, help us!" The guards become uneasy and stand their ground, weapons gripped tightly. These peasants could already be infected. Choose one. Give them 2 of your rations, or keep your rations. You can help them more with success in your mission.
The latter, please.
Yeah.
If we had, if it was like you need 12 to 20 and we had like 25, I'd be like, sure.
Yeah.
Or even if we had 22,
yeah.
I'd be like, yeah, sure. But like,
even if we had 19, you might think about it. But
right, but
we
the one piece,
have enough to
the one piece of information,
everyone.
yeah, the one piece of information we have is we have the absolute minimum.
Yeah, good call. It is not this small crowd you need to save, it is everyone. Anything that jeopardizes that cannot enter your mind, so you avert your eyes and press on until you hear a metallic clang to one side. A stone has been thrown in your direction, and others follow. "Shields up!" commands the captain of the palace guard. The crowd are shouting curses at you, and more try to break the line of the city guards, mad with hunger and desperation. If they break through, out of quarantine, the plague could spread rapidly through other parts of the city. Choose one. Help the city guard to hold the line and protect the rest of the city, or escape to the gate. Your mission is more important.
I don't relish the idea of attacking hungry peasants, so I'm quite keen to escape to the gate, but...
Yeah, well, I think we should escape to the gate as well, because it just said anything that jeopardizes the mission cannot enter our mind.
Yeah, well, precisely. I mean, I think... the city guard are there for their,
that's their job,
reason.
Yeah, exactly. That's their task. This is ours. "Run!" you shout, and everyone hastens away towards the city's edge. Behind you, you hear the shouts of soldiers, and finally the sounds of combat. The palace guards keep their shields up, protecting your left and rear side to cover your retreat. 2 random Oathsworn each lose a +2 animus token if they have one, or a token of their choice if they don't.
Well, everyone has a +2 animus, so we must randomize.
Oh, because we start with it from our sheets.
Yeah.
Well, they're gone now.
Well, we ran 2, right? So everyone's got one, so we'll have to randomize it.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Yes, quite right. Quite right.
What we need to do is roll a d6. So
Yep.
I will roll this d6, and it's 1, 2, it's just on the table order 1, 2, 3, 4. And if I get a 5 or a 6, I'll just roll
Yep.
it. So 6. God damn it. 5.
Do you want to roll on the dice tray?
Oh yeah, sure. Here we go. Apologies, folks. I just
Luckily, he got a 5
3.
and 6.
So that's the priest loses the 2 animus.
That's actually annoying because I think they're better for companions, frankly.
And so now 3 is out as well. So I've changed the order slightly. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly
that's
right.
cool.
And that is the
Harbinger.
Oathsworn symbol, which is a 1. So Harbinger.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Very good. Not bad. All right. At the King's Gate, the captain of the palace guard hastily wishes you good fortune and creates a defensive semicircle around the gate. You take a last look at the city of Varen before stepping onto the wire road while the gate closes behind you. Archive the map of Varen, city map of Varen.
Okay.
Well, you can leave it there; it's not an issue, but I shall remove it. Ugh.
My thinking is it might then be like later, like put something else out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true. All right. So, from Guide's description, you know the Witchwood lies roughly north of Varen, so you can spend at least the first few days on the Wire Road. You make sure that your new allies know the rules out here. Always keep one hand on the wire, stay silent and stay together. The archivists and botanists do not seem to be a problem, but you catch the knight, more often than not, with a lack of caution, boasting he's not afraid of monsters.
Kick him off the wire road. Just kick him into the fucking bushes. He's not even a combat ally. Get I don't
Exactly.
Get him out of here.
He's fodder. You know he had better be. Like you, Guide has been here before. Outside the city, she has discarded her clothes to be better able to blend into the woods, occasionally acting as your scout. As you advance, you constantly scan the trees on either side of the road, carefully observing the murky, ever-shifting shadows of the deep wood. Add a time token to the time track.
Which is also an event.
Is it? No, it's not.
Deepwood event, yeah?
Are you on side B?
No, am I supposed to flip to B?
No? So it's an A. Oh, is this one of the upgraded... Oh, maybe this is a new component.
Do you not have... So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do you not have space 7 on 10A as a Deepwood event?
I don't.
Oh.
But I'm just checking to see if that's one of the upgraded changed components.
Chris has not put his update pack into the second edition yet, so...
Doesn't seem to be. That's curious. I have all the upgrade pieces right here in a box. Oh, the priest is upgraded. I wonder what they changed to the priest.
The priest's character card?
Yeah, the big thing.
Oh. Because I just had the second edition box. I actually don't know what's changed or not, so I just had to, transition everything over to the new version.
Oh, unless I put it inside the rule books because of its size. Sticker. This is totally unnecessary. This is just me curious as to why this is different. That's really weird. It doesn't seem. I don't seem to have a changed chapter 10 time card.
Do you have a Deepwood event in any space on your chapter 10A side?
No. I do not. I mean, we'll go with yours because.
Yeah, I mean.
That's so
Unless
weird.
this is a misprint in the second edition. But I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? We just left the town. It sort of synchronizes with the story.
Yeah, let me just check this last set of... These are my envelopes here. It shouldn't be here, but it could have been caught up in here. Doesn't seem to be.
We do like Catzilla.
No, I cannot see what it would be. Nope. How weird. Unless I put them in here, and I have two chapter 10s.
In the meantime, chat, can I get you to pick a number again?
How weird.
Between 1 and 20, please. Difter's like, how was your day? Well, we're going on holiday tomorrow, Difter, so I've been very busy, actually, but it's nice.
Where are you going?
We're just going to Nice.
Oh, very nice.
For Leanne's birthday this week, so...
Oh, cool.
We worked out it'll be the first time we've been abroad together on holiday in, like, years. So... it's a welcome break.
That's very nice. I hope you've have a good time. I will try and find the answer to this. Whilst you... But yeah, let's assume...
So do we have a break here in the story to resolve a card?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Good. So then, let us return. And Diff just picked number 5, so card 5 it is. A foul mist rises, making you want to retch. Do you try to press on? Flip this card over. Stop and camp in the trees above the mist until it passes. Also turn this card over.
I feel that stopping and camping will probably take up time, right?
Yes, that's my guess.
But maybe it doesn't have any negative side effects. Whereas pressing on is probably quicker, but also will have a bad side effect, is my guess.
Mine too. I suppose the dilemma here is the more time passes, the more likely we are to burn through those rations. But if we inhale the mist, God knows what that means.
Yeah.
These both seem like bad options, but I mean, if we all get sick and need to retch, we might just burn through the rations anyway because we'll be sick. There's not much to go on. I don't have a good lead. Do you have any thoughts?
No, is the honest answer.
Then I think given it's right at the start, maybe we just play it safe and camp.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
All right.
I mean, we have a lot of time, a lot of spaces available to us on the time track, so we have something to play with.
All right. Let's find out then how bad this decision is. You climb into the trees just before the mist swallows the area. The climb is fatiguing, and even effects of the mist are not lost on you. Thankfully, it departs as quickly as it came. 2 random Oathsworn lose a combat token of your choice. If we'd pressed on, it would have been a hit point instead.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
All right. I guess we shall return to the randomization system.
I've just found another video of this chapter, and it's not there in their one either. So it does look like it's a change to the second edition, but then I should have it in the box. So I don't know. Maybe mine didn't come with it for some reason.
And it's not a sticker that you put on the Chapter 10 board?
Oh, I guess that's possible, but I don't think so. My sticker only had. The only stickers I have are in here. No, this changes the satyr. This changes another one.
You're not going to believe this, Chris, but the random number system has picked the priest and the Avi again.
You're right. I don't believe it. Do it again. So wait, I've forgotten what they lose. What do they lose?
A combat token of their choice.
God, what do they even have left after losing their animus one?
So the Avi has 2 battle flow, redraw, defense, and empower.
I guess get rid of the battle flow.
The priest has the same selection, but I think I'll get rid of the empower because the battle flows are quite good for the priest. He can do a whole other action.
Exactly. I wonder if it is here somewhere and it's just like gone.
Well, I think we'll have to figure out the mystery of the missing chapter board after the show.
No, that's fine. We'll carry on. I'll find it one day. It'll be in a really weird place. Okay, so that's resolved, yeah.
Yes. So what? Do you know what section we're on?
Yep. So 40.9. So add a time token to the track. That's what did that. And it says after your first days of the journey, the wire road takes a turn to the right. You consult the guide, and she conveys that it is time to leave the road and continue north. That sounds terrible.
I can already see that we're going to be playing the maze minigame again.
You let go of the hard metal wire and step into the twilight of the crooked trees. The familiar, sick, moldy damp of the deep wood fills your nostrils, and one of your allies sneezes loudly. A low rustling in the dark undergrowth, a hiss somewhere above you in the unnaturally brown-purple canopy. The deep wood knows of your presence. It is almost as if it is waiting for you to venture deeper into its territory. But Guide seems certain of the direction she is taking you, so you follow her, her lithe form moving gracefully among the trees. Not long after, you come across some large, overgrown stones that seem man-made. Vegetation to your right seems less thick, and you can see farther than usual. As you peer past remnants of a thick wall completely overgrown with long tendril-like vines, you realize that you're at the edge of an ancient city, long lost to the deep wood, a ghost of Verum's future should you fail. Add a time token to the track. Wow, they're really powering through this. Edith, the archivist, scribbles her findings with deep concentration as she stares at the city. It is the calmest you've seen her since you left Verum. However, you need to continue to move. Choose one. Tell Edith to move along, or wait for her to finish her journaling. I think we tell her to move along, right?
Yeah, we don't have time to be messing around with this nerdy bullshit.
Yeah, we have been reliably, consistently informed that the deep wood is the worst place to possibly be, and we don't want to be here for a minute longer than we have to be. So we're going to tell her to hurry on. You can come back in your own time and do this.
Never.
Well, that's the point. There you go. That's exactly why we can't be doing this. You ask her for the city's name, but she shakes her head. Wait, did I pick the right one?
No.
Which one is it meant to be?
40.3.
Yep, I went to the wrong one. I don't care what the name is. Wait, are you sure on 40.3? That also looks wrong. The first thing I read.
Edith, the archivist, scribbles her findings with deep concentration as she stares at the city. It is the calmest you've seen her since you left Verum. However, you know that you need to continue to move.
Hang on a second. Hang on. What is happening?
We went from 40.1 to 40.3?
Oh, no, it's meant to be 40.11.
No, that's if we wait for her to finish her journaling.
No, that's telling us to move along.
Well, then the numbers have changed in our books.
Oh, God.
Mine says, choose one. Tell Edith to move along. Go to 40.3. Wait for her to finish her journaling. Go to 40.11.
Mine are reversed.
Intriguing.
And if you wait for her, you lose rations of mine. Are they just? Can you?
No,
do
I
me a favor?
think the idea is if we wait for her. No, because if you look at 40.11, then you go to 40.3. So we're eating the rations anyway. It's just we didn't lose the time in 40.11. That's all.
Oh, so these are the wrong way around then in my book.
Yeah, I think they must have been errated at some stage.
Okay. Fair enough. You better. Does that mean you better be in charge of the book?
Well, it's a good thing I'm following along. I don't usually. This is fine. So, the Free Company and Expedition members, Cyprian, Marilla, Edith, each consume a ration, and then one for the whole Free Company. So 4 total rations consumed. You may choose not to feed. You may choose who to feed. If the Free Company does not eat, each Oathsworn loses a hit point. For each ally that does not eat, in descending order, go to their corresponding entry and read the entry once. So there is 4 options here. If all people ate, move on. If Cyprian, Edith, and Marilla did not eat, read these sections. I guess at this stage we might as well just feed everyone, right?
Yeah, it makes sense to. I think might as well use it when we can.
Okay. So
and what happens if we don't?
Well, we don't know. Well, if we don't eat, we all lose a hit point.
Oh yeah.
If they don't eat, we don't know. We have to go and read sections.
I think just for the time being, we feed everyone. I assume. Yeah,
makes sense to me.
Or we just choose one of them who to die, and we consistently don't feed them. So we save.
Well,
food.
I mean, I suppose we could decide that the knight is useless and just not feed him and save the rations for the academic and the other person. But
yeah.
Who is it? An archivist and a herbalist. But I'm not convinced that the knight's going to be utterly useless the entire time. I'm sure they all serve some sort of purpose. Maybe not, actually. I could be wrong.
I think they'll all have purpose, personally.
So, I mean, I think the thing is as well, if we pick one to die, we should do it now. Because otherwise we're going to feed them for 2 times and then they'll die anyway.
Yeah, that's what. Because I have a feeling this came. I have a feeling that last time we ended up kind of retroactively thinking this, that perhaps we should have just let someone die.
Morganite says knights are never useless, but I think Morganite has a bias. What are you thinking then? Maybe the archivist dies. We don't. Who cares?
Who was? Yeah, because they tried to delay us already.
Well, I'm thinking more like, it's as much as I look, obviously I don't want to pick anyone to die. I'd rather we all just get through this alive. But I'm conscious that at the moment, the very first instance is 4 rations down. That means we functionally have 3 full feeds of rations before we are out of rations entirely. So I feel like maybe we do need to be judicious and pick someone to starve. I'll tell you what, let's starve the knight and see how bad it is. And then maybe we can pick them to feed them again later if it looks like things are going to go better.
Marcy will be like, you don't need food, right?
Yeah, he's also boastful. I mean, honestly, I think his brashness is more likely to get us in trouble than help us out anyway. So, are we agreed?
Yes, go on then.
All right. So, if Cyprian did not eat, here we go. As it becomes clear that Cyprian will not receive a ration, you see anger flare up in his eyes for an instant, but he has it under control. Shortly after, you see him walk around the camp telling everyone how he has made a sacrifice and now suffers for the weak, but is strong enough to take it.
I knew he'd enjoy doing this.
Yeah. Place a time token on him. So it looks like maybe we're going to have some kind of starving mechanism here.
That's okay, we can live with that.
Well, the other thing is this means that we can potentially sort of manage the food a bit by starving people.
1 person at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, so that means we've spent 3 rations and we're down to 9.
I thought he'd quite enjoy being a martyr. He seems the sort.
Yeah. Okie dokie. And so now we go to 40.7. You travel onward, always north, until you come across a huge hollow tree that looks different from the usual deep wood sort. You also notice that it is unnaturally quiet here, something that is every bit as much a reason to expect trouble as sudden sounds. Without warning, something jumps down in front of you. It is Guide. Homeland, here, she tells you in Knock. As she makes her sounds and signals, small spores drift from Guide and settle on your skin. You suddenly feel a great sense of loss overcome you. Long ago, never again. She signals and turns north. So it's 55.1. Open Mystery Box Z. This chapter continues using the Deepwood Journey rules. You are heading north. Make sure there is enough table space in this direction. Place the first five tiles and place the free company marker on the central tile. Important, always keep your position in the storybook marked and never close it when reading from the journal.
Right, need to get box Z out. Why? Because we were told to.
Or if you put it in the away the same way I did, then it's box N.
I just had a look at the card. There's a card that comes with one of the cards in the deck. That comes with the upgrade pack that gives you instructions, and it makes no reference to the storybooks, and it makes no reference to the chapter 10 or indeed any time tracks. So that's really weird. If they upgraded it, they didn't provide it in upgrade packs, which is very strange.
Yeah, that seems like a little bit of a missed opportunity there. I can only imagine that those corrections are in the errata. Like that sort of move the numbers around is probably mentioned in an errata somewhere.
Possibly, yeah. Well, no, but then, I mean, yes, I understand not printing the entire storybook for one mistake, or maybe there's one or two mistakes, and if there's an errata saying just flip these two, but printing chapter 10 card seems like it would be easy to do.
Yeah, or indeed a sticker for the storybook and for chapter 10.
Very small sticker just to stick on it. Yeah,
that would be a fairly easy thing to resolve. I'd like to highlight, I have no recollection of how this minigame works, so I'm now going to read the rules live on stream for all of your benefits, and definitely not
we
mine.
once knew how it worked, we just forgot.
we once knew, yeah. We've done this before. Okay, so, alright, so I've got a deck here of cards with the Deepwood on the back, and there's 3 cards on top. I had to take these out of shrink because these ones have not been used before. And this is a helpful player aid on the back here as well. So, the Deepwood Journey rules. The Deepwood Journey mechanic is a new form of navigation sometimes used while in the Deepwood. There are 2 types of standard tiles, clear and blocked. Clear tiles represent areas where you can forge a path. Blocked tiles are areas you cannot travel to, represented by thick vines. The tiles are not numbered, so you do not normally need to place standard tiles in specific places. Tiles are connected to one another along the north, east, south, and west sides. You may move between tiles when told to choose a direction to go in. When you choose a direction to go in, perform the steps on the back of this card in order. The steps are: move the free company marker onto a clear adjacent tile. Add 1 time token or location token to the time track. Do not use refugee tokens for this purpose. Okay. I think the refugees was the thing we had from Bastone. I don't think we have refugees this time around.
It was, yeah.
Complete any time-triggered events. Go to the new entry for the direction you just chose in either the companion app or storybook. We're doing storybook. Place new tiles. See rules for card 5. See rules card 5, which I do have here. I'll show you in a minute. And then repeat steps 1 to 7 when told to choose new direction to go in. So here we go. Place new tiles. Upon entering a tile for the first time, you will be presented with an image showing the central tile where your free company is and the surrounding tiles connecting to its 4 edges. Place each of the tiles as shown. Yep. There are also a number of special locations in the Deepwood Journey deck. Place these. Place the tile where your free company is, that the free company is on when told. Okay, so I think we'll have. If you use the storybook. If using the storybook instead of the companion app, there are 2 additional rules. If you choose to return to a location where you've already visited, do not reread the location's entry. Instead, perform steps 1 to 4 to find your current entry in the storybook without reading the entry. Choose a new direction to go in and go in the corresponding entry in parentheses at the top. And go to the corresponding entry in parentheses at the top of the entry. All right. I'll make sure to follow that. And finally, we've got on the flip side here, the time track has a new element when making a Deepwood journey. Occasionally, you will be prompted to go to entry X on page X of the journal. Yes, we can see that along the bottom of the sheet here.
So we have a...
The journal is a different book from the storybook. Yep, that's this little green one here off to the side. Important, if using the storybook, keep your position in the storybook marked at all times. I do have a bookmark somewhere, but I don't know where, so I'm just going to have to use a ally card. This man-at-arms will be my trusty bookmark.
I'm going to assume we are not going to move south, so I'm going to give myself as much space north as possible.
We cannot move south based on the setup.
Yeah, we may be able to go around, right? But we don't. But I'm going to assume we're not actually going to do that.
It would presumably take us back to Verum eventually.
Yeah. Place the 5 tiles, place the free company marker. Important, always keep your position in the storybook marked. Okay.
So actually, do we need to play? We don't place these face down, do we? We always place them face up. So we it's not like a.
The one side, they're just double-sided, blocked and clear, and then there's also specific locations at the bottom of the deck, which.
But it'll tell us when we see those.
Yeah. It wouldn't spoil too much. You might see like the odd little bit, but for the most part, try and obviously just avoid seeing them. So yeah, so that's it really.
We're doing that mini game.
Right, so it costs the time. It costs the time to move one, right? Yeah. Okay. Sweet. Let's go north. I choose north. That's my choice. Sorry, I'm set up your. Set up your Deepwood. Well, I think we should go north. I'm just saying. Okay. It says choose a direction to go in north 75.1. Like, that's not really a choice, is it?
For everyone at home, this is our current options. We cannot walk into the thick brambles. So, yes, this is why north.
you have to put a north one. You have to put a clear one to the north.
Yes.
Otherwise, we're just stuck here forever.
The north is void.
Right. Shall I take over the reading for this bit? I'm ready to go.
Yes.
You walk on in the direction indicated by guide, who is scouting ahead again. She usually does not stray far from the group, returning frequently to adjust course. You keep the other expedition members close by, taking care to have capable fighters near those who are the most vulnerable, especially in the front and the rear. As always, you cross the Deepwood at your utmost alertness. Every plant can mean death if you're not careful. Consequently, as you hear the snap of a twig on your right, your hand seeks your weapon almost instinctively. A clearing lies ahead of you. You enter, all senses sharp, looking all round. Then you hear a low growl, almost inaudible, behind you. You spin round, scanning the tree line, and spot something moving. It's almost invisible among the trees, much like the Edendry, but it even seems to be made of the same material. But in its shape, it is clearly an animal on 4 feet. Weapons drawn, you advance slowly toward it, trying to make out what it is. A dog? No, a great hound, and it charges at you with snapping fangs. If you have the Cyprian ally card, turn to this page. Turn to this different. Maybe he'll fight it off for us.
We do have the Cyprian
Before,
ally card. He is
yeah,
hungry, but he's here.
You'd have to have made decisions that starve him to death already. Perform a round of combat against defense 7. Add 2 to each total as Cyprian helps. Oh, he is useful. So Cyprian Oh, sorry.
Well, now we're doing the combat, right?
Yeah. So a round of combat means we can't actually. If we fail, we take a wound.
Yes. But don't we roll all of our collective might? Isn't it just a 1 combat roll with all of our might added up?
Yeah, I think each of us have to do a wound base. No, I think each of us basically have to do a wound to him.
Oh, okay. So you roll your might and then have to do a wound?
Yeah, I think so. So we need to make. He's got defensive 7, so therefore we need to roll 7.
Each.
I think that's how it works. Yeah, round of combat. Each Oathsworn must draw a single attack against the enemy. Combat tokens may be used, but special abilities or items may not be. Item abilities may not be. To perform the attack, players draws a number of their character's might cards as depicted on the might track, plus up to 10 white cards. If 2 or more, yeah. Yeah, that's it. We basically each have to try and wound against 7.
Okie dokie then.
Sounds tough.
Who wants to go first?
So what have you?
But you get it's actually defense. Yeah, we had 2, so it's not too bad. You just need to get 5.
Yeah, it's not too bad. What? The Harbinger has a red and a yellow, right? To start with.
Nope. The Harbinger. Oh yes, that's right. Because I have not updated your might. I guess since last time. I've still got you on 4 yellows for some reason. Yeah, so red and a yellow.
I don't really want to use the Empower token or anything for this, I'll be honest.
Yep. Seems like overkill.
I'd like to just pass it. Are you going to use cards, mostly?
I think given that the card decks are all reset, it probably behooves us to use some cards.
Why don't I take a card? The white's reset as well, isn't it?
Yes, everything's fresh.
So red. Let's do a red, a yellow, and 2 whites. That should get me 5.
A red, a yellow, and 2 whites.
Yeah.
In cards.
Yeah. Do you think I should do a third white?
No, I think that will get you to 5.
Unless I miss everything.
Unless you miss or roll horribly. I mean, you'd have to get a miss on the red and then 3 1s or something. Which seems unlikely, but not impossible.
Let's go.
Okay.
If I miss, I just blame you.
Well, you got a redraw token.
I don't want to use it
I
though.
what did I have? The opportunity to
persuade me
to talk you out of it.
Yeah.
2.
Good start.
1.
This is going well.
1.
Don't miss. 2. Oh, thank goodness. Yes.
Safe.
Harbinger is healthy.
Nice.
Do you want to do one of your characters next?
Yes, Priest is going to have the hardest time because Priest has 1 red might. And I don't really know what to do about that.
You could leave him for last in the hopes that you got more information from the cards, I guess.
Sure. So I guess I'll do Ranger next. And I guess I've got 2 reds, so I'll do 2 reds and 2 whites, I think.
Yeah, it worked for me. With the worse off. Obviously, you've got the decks now slightly against you, I guess.
Yeah, but also I'm thinking like even if I'm more likely to get a miss, I've got a slightly better might than you.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Miss.
It's okay. It's just the first one.
3.
Yeah, you see? Made up for it.
1.
Just need a 1.
2.
Okay. Okay.
Ranger's
Nice
safe.
job. So I guess I guess I go now because you don't want to use the priest now because it's not looking good for for red. Oh, I'm not going to be taking reds though, so it's kind of irrelevant. How are whites?
So far we've had a 1, a 2, and 2 1s.
So no misses. Whites aren't good.
No,
So
2 1s and 2 2s. So whites are not great.
maybe I should roll my whites. Maybe we should both roll our whites then. What yellow? What does yellow have? No misses in yellow either, right?
Just a 1.
Let's do the 2 yellows, and I'll roll 2 whites.
Okay. Do you want to see the cards first?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, here we go. It's a 3
Yes.
and a miss.
Oh dear. Okay. That's a 2. That's
Nice.
also a 2.
Is it?
No, it's a miss.
I was like, has something funny happened?
No, I got stuck right in the corner.
Yeah.
But it was a miss. So I take a wound as it stands.
Yeah, either take a wound or spend your reroll to reroll. I think at this stage, possibly the wound is not the worst thing in the world, but I'm conscious actually that
Don't
you.
I have one? I have 1 less health already.
I was about to say I just noticed you should be on
Yeah.
5.
I'm gonna reroll.
Because of the pestilent plate.
I am rerolling.
Yep.
Oh fuck.
Did you get the token back plus 1 of your choice, or is that just for combat?
No, I think it's just gone.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not good.
All right. Well, the priest will heal you if he doesn't die.
Yep.
Well, to be
All right,
fair, we
priest.
were talking about him not taking his healing behavior card, but maybe we'll have to.
You might have to. We'll
Yeah,
see.
we'll see. So I think for the priest it's 1 red, although actually I have to roll it, don't I? What have I got here? A 3, a 2, and a blank. I mean, it's not favorable, but it's not unfavorable. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
what we've got in there is the 4 crit, the 1 and the blank are excess from this die. So I feel like it's kind of whatever. So I think I'll probably take the card and then roll 2 whites. Or
Yep.
three whites. 3 whites?
3,
Two.
three,
Yeah,
three,
3.
I reckon. Yeah.
So we've got the card. Now I trust in the card, so I'm going to roll the dice first. All right, it's 2 and 2 1s, so I'm not at the number I need, but I have not missed.
And
So-
indeed, you can't miss. But you could also not do damage though.
Safe.
Hey, okay, that's. I mean, it's not terrible. Only one of us took damage, but he did lose a reroll as well, and he already was down in health, so it's not ideal. But could be worse. Could be
Yeah.
worse.
I'm sure there'll be plenty more opportunity for this to go horribly wrong as we move forward.
Yep, I've forgotten why this is even happening. Oh yeah, dog. That was it.
some beast came out of the woods and attacked us.
Right. The hound. Oh, sorry. So Cyprian proves to be invaluable in this fight. The creature's fangs struggle to find purchase on the plates of his armor. Together, you bring it down. The hound is defeated, but still alive. It lays on the ground twitching. You've never seen something like it in the deep wood. As you look at it, you notice to your horror that it starts to regrow, healing itself. Amber, quick! Someone urges, as you hasten to strike a spark and set fire to it. The wooden creature writhes and whines as flames devour its body until it turns to ash. In the distance, a shrill sound echoes through the deep wood as if in answer. Place a tracker die in the middle of the table and set it to 1.
Uh-oh. Difter, those strange noises that you're hearing are ambient deepwood sounds.
Guide, returning from the woods, takes a look at the half-burnt creature. Its shape and material are still recognizable, and her eyes go wide. Her knock tells you, a Dendry made this. Should not be here. Choose a direction to go. I mean, do we just plow on north?
Huh.
That's the direction we were told to go in, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not continue north.
At least until we can't anymore, right?
Yeah, we'll have to turn sideways at some stage, but there's no reason to just start zigzagging
Like-
without prompt, I guess.
We have to turn right now, because ahead of us is a dead end, but open left and right.
At least there's no Adendry killer dogs.
Draw and resolve a deep wood event.
Oh, draw and resolve a Deepwood event. Chat, 1 to 19, please. Are we supposed to be putting out time tracks, Chris?
No, only when it says so.
No.
Oh wait,
Is it-
every time you move.
It might be every time we step. Let's just double check. Or you double check that while I do this card.
Yes, you're right. It is. So that's our third step, right?
Right. Does that put us on?
Yeah, that does. Yeah.
Does that put us on 10 or 11?
Are yours numbered?
No.
Okay.
But there's 8 in each row.
Oh, are there? Okay. So we moved forward once, and that was number 10, and then we moved forward again just now, and that is number 12, which is an event, which is not an event, but it's
Oh,
a
sorry,
thing.
number 11. Oh, sorry. So 9. We already had a 9th, did we?
Yeah, this current action we're taking is going over the third in the bottom row.
All right. Go to entry 30 on page 9 of the journal. So I guess we'll save the Deepwood event for after if you'd like to revise your
Yes,
number
'cause
to a
this-
real number, Difter.
Entry 30 of page 9, did it say?
Yes.
Of the journal. Okay. You walk among the sickly trees, their branches grasping for you like skeletal fingers, the pale fungus on them like bulging eyes, always watching you. Then you stop. The route ahead is blocked by a field of cysts. Varela comes to your side, looking at them curiously. Are they plants or animals? It appears to be something in between. How peculiar. How absolutely fascinating. You tell her she does not want to know, and turn to discuss alternative routes with Guide. As you do so, Cyprian yells, "What's the delay? I do not agree to discuss every single disgusting object we encounter, when we could simply cut our way through." He turns to his manservant. "Rupert, make yourself useful." Before you can stop him, the manservant runs towards the cyst, sword in hand. A step before he reaches it, the cyst quivers, disgorging its contents all over the man. Reeling away from the cyst, Rupert coughs violently. It's already too late. He has inhaled the spores. You know what you must do. We can choose to kill Rupert or tell Cyprian to handle it.
I'm not sure. I think on the one hand, I'm concerned if we tell Cyprian to handle it, he won't. I mean, he's
Or he'll do it wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can understand the value in teaching him a lesson to learn to sort of acclimatize to the hardship of the Deepwood. On the other hand, this seems serious enough that we don't want to give him a chance to screw it up.
It's a good point though, making him learn. He was useful in that combat, so I want him to stick around.
Yeah, I've come around. He's proven his worth.
Yeah. So do we give him this opportunity then?
Sure, let's give him the opportunity. If he does well, he can eat next time. If he does badly, he can't.
I love it. Okay, tell Cyprian to handle it. Okay. As Rupert staggers, you explain to Cyprian what will happen if you let the man live. Without a second thought, the knight draws his sword and walks towards his servant. He buries his sword deep into Rupert's belly. Shocked, the man stares at him and sinks to his knees in pain, holding his stomach as though holding him in his life. Cyprian stands over him unmoved. Fool. Now I will have to manage without you. As Rupert draws his last rasping breaths, you shoot a disgusted look at Cyprian. The guilt he should feel is clearly absent from his face. You are unfit to lead this expedition, he says to you. It is your place to warn me of danger. His death is on your head. So he passed our test, but also he's really annoyed me.
Yeah, he did pass the test, but yeah, I don't like him. But I do also think he might be the kind of attitude we need to survive out here.
Yeah, as Morgan Knight says, this guy's a jerk. Yeah, let's utilize his utility. Let's take his utility, and then if someone has to be left behind to fight off a bear, we know who it's going to be.
Yeah, listen, look, his place is the Deepwood. He clearly will thrive out here. He doesn't need to come back to civilization eventually. But for now, so long as we're in the Deepwood, let's make use of his... Let's turn the jerk in our favor.
Exactly. So, now we draw and resolve a Deepwood event.
Yeah, and thanks to Heggers, it's card number 13 again. And
yes.
Would you believe it? It's also event number 13, which is just a fun coincidence. The Deepwood grows deathly cold. Do you take time to light a fire? Grit your teeth and march on? Double march pace to keep everyone warm.
I think we I actually have an instinct. Do you have a gut instinct?
My instinct is double pace.
Yes, me too. Because we rested last time, but this just seems natural, right? Because time is of the essence. I don't just mean because I have to go to bed, but time is of the essence in the Deepwood, and this kills two birds with one stone.
Yeah, the other thing I'm thinking of is like, I've seen Lord of the Rings. It's like, don't light the fire, you idiots.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, this will keep them warm, but also will help us in our goal of not wanting to stay in the Deepwood. So yeah, let's just go double pace. Sounds good.
You set a brisk pace to keep your muscles burning. It keeps you warm, but draws deeply on your reserves. All Oathsworn lose a combat token of your choice. Oh my god.
We're gonna have no combat tokens. I hope this is an easy boss. What do I have available to me?
So Avi has defense, empower, battle flow, and redraw.
Get rid of the battle flow.
Okay.
I like battle flow, but not as much as I like the other ones.
And then Warden has 2 animus, battle flow, 2 battle flow, and 2 empower.
Ooh, they're all good. I think I'll get rid of one of the battle flow, which is identical to the animus. But, yeah. As much as that, yeah, I think that's good. He's got a lot of good stuff. That's nice.
Priest has defense, reroll, and battle flow twice. I think I'll probably drop the defense because I like the extra actions, and
you rarely get hit with a priest. We keep him out of danger.
Well, to be fair, he's I think had the most injuries out of anyone in the party. But
oh really? Yeah, possibly. You got that armor now that keeps you alive in the event you die, so you'll be fine.
Yeah, so I just think like redraw is always useful on him because he can use it for the healing basic checks, and then the battle flows are extra actions, which I think is fundamentally really useful. And then I've also got quite a nice selection here on my ranger. I'm going to get rid of one of her battle flows.
Okay. So I will just simplify the language here. We can basically turn left or right, east or west, because there's no point in retracing our steps, and we can't go forward. I have no real preference.
Yeah, without any actual information whatsoever. East?
I was going to say west.
Chat?
There we go. East and always left. Which wait, those are two opposite things again. Great.
No, east, never east. Oh yeah, you were gonna say west. Yeah, actually, do you know what? Even though I was looking at east, sorry, I got east and west confused, so I actually meant west anyway.
As we both want to go west. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
sorry,
Let's go west.
Morganite, we're going west. And if that's wrong, you can very much hold us accountable.
63.1. Nothing. Wait, that can't possibly be the right one.
West 63.1, yeah.
It. Oh yeah, sorry. Now I got my west and east confused. I hadn't initially, but now I have. So I was like, but the blockage is on the wrong side.
Well, it's not good, team.
So that just wasted time for us basically, because basically that blocks us both new directions.
Yeah, so our only option now is south and then west again, or back.
Here's the question: if we go east, which bear in mind is another 2 tokens. I mean, the next token we add is another journal event.
Yep.
Is it possible it's blocked there as well, and we were meant to have turned earlier?
Well, yeah, I mean, in reality, who knows? We've got no information.
I'm just wondering if did we just get unlucky and we went west instead of east, and therefore we get. Here's the thing: it would seem like a harsh penalty if the answer is you go east and it's happy days on, you progress. If you go west, you actually lose 2 time tokens because you got to backtrack as well. It would be quite harsh. I wonder if what the answer actually is no matter which way you go, you get blocked. And if you at that point think of what I've thought of, you can not waste any more time, or you can try and go the other way and waste loads more time.
So you're thinking, well, I do think, I mean, yeah, if we were to go south now and it's blocked, that would be awful.
Yeah, if we were south, that would be bad. I admit that'd be bad. But yeah, it just depends on what you think, on how mean you think they are.
I think they're quite mean.
So what do you want to do? Do you want to backtrack and just look for the east, or do you want to go south and then west again, if that's even possible?
Do we remember any information from any of the actual story section about where the Witchwood is?
North of Verum. That's all we were told.
We know?
Yeah, we want to go north, but we can at present can't.
Well, I loathe going south then.
Okay.
But
then let's
but no, but I kind of buy into your philosophy as well, that we might just go east twice and then be back where we started, or back where we are now.
Yeah, exactly.
Ugh, what do you think, chat? South or east?
South and or try and go west or east, basically.
Morganite immediately right. God damn it.
Right. East.
Morganite stuck to east. All right. Look, we didn't trust Morganite. It didn't work, so
it's true. It's true. That is true. Yeah, that is true. All right. So we jump back to where we were. We don't read the entry in that case. If you go south and it's blocked, you have a confirmation. Yeah, true. But we'd wasted a lot of time. Now Morganite has spoken. We're going east, so we have to go to entry 33 on page 9 of the journal. I think I might read this journal, then I'll let you take over the reading after that.
Okie dokie.
For a little bit. So what was it? Page 39. Wait.
33 on
No,
page
sorry.
9.
Yeah. Sorry about that. All right. Cyprian has been eyeing you since the incident with the cyst. You can feel him boiling over and are surprised when he approaches you, flanked by his men. As of now, I will be taking command. I have witnessed your cowardice and incompetence far too long. You are mere mercenaries, not born to lead as I am. All these journal events on the time track are just Cyprian slowly staging a coup.
No, I think it's going to be one by one. I think he's going to die now, and then the next coup will be the herbalist.
There's no way you're going to let that happen. You know his sort, and you would be dead within days. You also know how to deal with them. Perform a threatening check, difficulty 6. Add +1 if the hunter to your resolve if the huntress is with you. Right. Threatening check. Do we have
Quick-witted!
+1?
Yes! Free redraw!
Really?
Yep.
Wow. We're geniuses. I think it's your turn to... Oh, wait, no. When I rolled the last one, I smashed it. Do I roll again? Wait, how's the white deck?
I'll check. We've got a 1, a 2, a 1, and a 2, so not good.
Right, we're rolling. Do you want to roll or shall I?
Happy for you to roll?
I might not say that in a minute. Let me do a couple at a time so that we can see them all. Am I rolling 6 or am I rolling 5?
So we've got a free reroll, and it's difficulty 6.
5 because we have... no, we haven't got the Huntress. Sorry.
No, we've just got a free reroll. So I
think, right?
I think you need 6 dice, yeah. Oh, jeez.
So that's 2 hits. Well, 2 twos, wasn't I think it was. That's a 2 and another 2. And that's so that's the grand total.
Look, if we spend our free reroll on every redraw token, then it may be not a complete disaster. But,
how many reroll tokens do we have on our characters?
we have 1 each.
Perfect. We can reroll all of them.
Oh, actually, not true. The warden doesn't have one for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, he lost it.
He used it, didn't he? Yeah. So we can reroll.
So we're locked in. So we reroll. I'll just reroll them all. It's fine. Just reroll them all. It's fine. I'm not really doing this. I'm not really
I
doing
think
this.
that's a terrible idea.
My God! Look at that, though. 4 misses.
Oh my God. Well, do you want to use the free reroll for 1, and then if you get a crit, you can crit it to a card?
Why don't I free reroll into a card?
Oh, yeah, okay, fine. That's the same. Actually, better.
And then maybe crit into another one. We'll see.
No, it's a 1.
Alright. Okay, we fail. That's really not good. If you fail, turn to journal entry 35. I'll finish off this event and then you can take over. You keep your voice low and get in his face. It's in great detail. You describe the various ways the Deepwood can kill a man. Burrower swarms and shredder vines, ravener pits and bloat flies. You leave out none of the gory details. You let him know that he'd better get back in line, walk where you tread, and pipe down, or any one of those fates will be his. Shocked at being talked to like that, Cyprian scowls. For a moment he looks like he will draw his sword, but looking at you, thinks better of it. This is not over, Oathsworn, he says, pointing a finger at you. Place a time token on Cyprian's ally card.
Which I've done.
This is not ideal. He's literally a ticking time bomb.
Yep.
Alright, so then we're going to...
Continue reading the journal.
The journal?
Yep, it then says turn to journal entry 36.
Oh, sorry about that. Good spot. $36. You have put it off as long as you can. You need to eat. The Free Company and surviving expedition members, Cyprian, Mirella, Edith, each consume 1 ration. 1 for the whole Free Company. Free Company, and so I remember 1, 2. So we lose 4 basically. Oh no, no, sorry. You may choose again who not to feed. If the free company does not eat, each Oathsworn loses a hit point. We have to eat. For each ally does not eat in descending order, go to a corresponding entry and read each entry once. Do you want to not feed him again?
Hold on just a moment. I think not feeding him would be a really bad idea at this stage. Like, do we want to hasten his betrayal?
But he might be weakened and not be able to fight.
Well, that's true.
But we can feed him if you want this time.
I feel like something's gonna get, triggered when he gets to a certain number of time tokens, and if we just keep starving him, it'll just hasten this.
But he only has one on him. No, the time token's not eating. That's the number one, right? No, the number one is the dog. We met the dog.
Yeah.
What happened the first time he didn't eat?
We put a time token on him.
Oh, we did. Oh, so yeah, you're right. This is accelerating his anger. Yeah, you're right. Let's feed everyone this time.
Well, I think maybe we skip one of the other two, or more than one of them.
Okay. Do you want to starve the archivist for wasting our time?
Yeah, let's starve the archivist once.
Is that... I can't remember who that is. You have the cards there.
Edith.
Alright, Edith doesn't eat. 67. If Edith has a time token on her ally card, turns to journal entry 72, otherwise 68. So, she doesn't, does she?
No, she hasn't got any.
The next morning, as everyone leaves camp to continue the journey, one of the scribes shyly approaches you. He is usually sweet and funny, but he has a dark look this morning. His look is dark this morning. It's Lady Edith. We can't get her to move. Oh god. He gestures toward the camp. The archivist is sitting on a tree trunk with a shaky hand. Writes in the book she always keeps on her person. The other scribe is crouching beside her, seemingly trying to talk sense into her, her eyes glittering with tears. You stride over, telling her it's time to go, but she continues to write without looking up, and waving you away as if you are distracting her from some important work. Mumbling, need to record it. So many horrors. They need to know. She's obviously unwell. Ugh, not eating made her unwell. Try to convince her to keep moving, or give her a ration, and I'm assuming that'll fix the problem.
We're very convincing. We're quick-witted. We get a free reroll on being convincing. We don't get free rations for being quick-witted.
So you have to perform a reasoning check then. Difficulty 6.
Okay, bear with me while I just update our ration total. So we've used 3 so far, right?
Morganite's quite right. These people seem vastly unprepared for the wood. Yep.
Yeah, this is like, you ever read the Walk in the Woods by Will Bryson, where he and his he and his friend are like middle-aged and they just have a midlife crisis and decide to walk the Appalachian Trail, which literally runs east to west across the entire United States, and they make it 0.2% not to give up. But he got a good book out of it.
That's all that matters at the end of the day. Well, there you go. Hope that she will too.
Yeah, well, exactly right. I think we should pat her on the head and send her on her way, but she'll
Difficulty
die. 6.
I think you should roll it because I did not do a good job last time.
Yeah, but you got all your misses out, so now's your chance to return to glory.
Which is, as you may remember, this has come up before, a lesson in the school of dice rolling. If you're going to miss and fail completely and utterly and spectacularly and get it all out. What would be the point of me rolling 2s and 1s and crits and missing with 2 blanks? No, if you're gonna miss, blank the lot.
Yeah.
Now, I had one that wasn't a blank, and that's because no one's perfect, Every so often, Rafael Nadal, Roger Federer, they hit a double fault. It happens. Doesn't mean I'm not the best dice roller in the world.
So, my question is, Chris, do you want to roll then? Or shall I?
I think you're still in, after nearly 10 years, you're still in training, but I think this will be a good learning opportunity for you. So I think you should do it.
Nailed it.
Just so again, just so you're aware, just a bit of feedback. 1 blank would have been good there. Because now you've kind of wasted
A
one
really
that you might
good
need down.
roll on
Yeah, that you
convincing.
might need down the road. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
let's
Just but,
find out
but,
if
but
this even. Let's find out if this even helped. But first, actually, I'll crit into. Let me crit into a card, folks. Just to see if I can get one of those misses out of the deck for the sake of it.
go for it.
It was indeed a miss.
Hey, well done.
We're getting the deck slightly back on track.
So she takes some time convincing, but eventually you manage to drag her to her feet and start her moving. Her feet do not do the rest this time. Place a time token on Edith ally card. If all other allies 8, return to your place in the storybook. And they did. So off we go.
Yep. Let us note that. Let us note that we're halfway through the rations.
God. So we're back to 70.1. This time we're going to move east as per Morganite's suggestion, which will be 60.1, and you can take over the reading if that's okay. Giving my voice a break. Another time token as well.
I feel as though this was correctly deduced, Chris. Well done. Sadly, Morganite, you have wasted more time. But that's okay. You weren't to know. That, unfortunately, this too is just a dead alcove.
But whenever I do listen to my convictions, it goes wrong as well, so...
You know you are being hunted, so you've struck a fast pace. When you come to a clearing void of any signs of danger, you rest for a moment. The rain has stopped for once, and you can actually see the sky with a single ray of light breaking through the grey wall of clouds touching the ground. Maybe it's a sign from above, you wonder, looking at your footprints on the soft, dark earth. Scanning the terrain, you think that this would be a good place to lay some false tracks that may throw your pursuers off course, but it will also cost you valuable time. Do you spend time here to lay false tracks, or choose a direction? So this is the die. This is what the die is tracking. It's tracking people.
Yeah, when they find us, basically. I don't think it's worth doing. I honestly don't. False tracks in this nightmare deep wood, where you can't tell where you are anyway.
I do believe that the false tracks would be useful. I think it probably wouldn't give us the chance to do it if they weren't, but I'm conscientious that we've wasted so much time.
That's yeah. That's kind of the motivation behind my justification.
All right, let us not do that and instead go south.
South.
I mean, we're definitely not going back to the east, right?
No, let's go
sorry, the
east.
west. Back to the west.
No, let's go south. Let's go south. 59.1. Oh my god.
Have we just done this in the worst possible way? Yes, correct. This too.
Oh, no.
Yep. Yeah. 59.1.
59.1 shows that the south is clear, which it isn't.
Oh yeah, that's weird. Alright, hold tight while I just check this map.
This is weird.
Yeah, I too have the same information, so it is weird. I guess whatever's hunting us is the creature we'll end up fighting, right? So that was clear. Then we went north again to 73.1, which was blocked. So then we went east.
That's really confusing. I don't understand this at all. We must have made a mistake at some point. Or did we? Or is it just wrong?
No, we did. Hold tight. West was 63.1, which was that. And then we went from west. We didn't. We went back to the middle, and then we went to 62.1. And
But we could have just gone. Basically, we've just gone north and then east. From the first one, 75.1 is north, and then just go east. And it should be the same place, but it won't be. Right, east would be. $65.1. So we should be at 65.1 instead of 59.1. I don't know how that's happened, but that is the case. 65.1, which is also blocked. God damn it. We should just, if I just gone my way, it would have worked at the very beginning.
well, that's why we live stream this with chat, so we have someone to blame.
Yeah, it's true. So we're at 65.1, yeah? Is that where you are?
It makes sense.
By just going north and east, right?
Yeah, well, my concern... Let me just retrace our steps here. I just want to make sure, but it's just quite hard to change the book around quickly. So give me 2 seconds, because what I don't want is for us to miss out, like, a sort of an altered picture where something might have happened. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, alternatively, if you can go north and then east south. North east south should be the same place. Why isn't it? Basically, is the question. Sorry, chat. $75.1. North again is 73.1, and then east is 62.1. My guess is one that we just confused east and west at some point randomly. Yeah, wait, no, I've just done it now, have I? God damn it. So I think I found the arrow we made.
Yeah.
But Morganite was right. Morganite was actually correct.
Yeah, when we were here, we went to the wrong page.
Yep.
So that was one move ago, right?
Yep.
So actually,
so
we've still got a blank open, which is fine.
Yeah. Had we placed the latest token? Yeah, we had.
So I've got 3 open spots, having just removed 1.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, good. All right. So actually, something happens here. No, this still looks wrong to me.
No, it doesn't. But it looks wrong to you because you need to remove the
Oh,
brambles
yes,
to the north and east.
those, yes.
Yeah. So
Right.
sorry about that, everybody. We actually should have. So Morganite, you were right. That's the takeaway.
Yes, Morganite, you were actually correct, and our ineptitude was sabotaging us, and we can only apologize profusely. You are now in charge of navigation. No pressure. So we also have to change the tile we're on top of into a new specific tile.
Called Strange Vines. I have found it.
Yeah. No, I don't have Strange Vines tile. In the 2nd edition, they've updated it to Helpful Vines.
Very clever.
Okay, so let's find out what the hell these are about. So it says here, At one point, Guide suddenly stops you. She moves forward slowly, carefully.
Oh, hang on, just 1 second. Morganite, yes, you were right. We made an error, which we caught when our south move didn't make sense in the map we had built, and we retraced our steps. And it turns out you were right. Going east was always the right decision.
Yes. Well, we don't know.
Mike has deemed you in charge of all navigation from now on.
Yes, so. Morganite, you will have to choose in a moment whether we go north or east again. Have fun.
So get ready for that.
But also, we don't know if the lower left, lower west side might have been useful. We don't know.
And now we never will.
Yeah. At one point, Guide suddenly stops you. She moves forward slowly, carefully, almost at a crouch. Old homeland defenses. She knocks. Not active. You draw closer and look at the strange plant formations protruding from the ground. They are a natural plant material, but it is obvious no plants grow like this. Guide tries to tell you more, but it's too complex. Perform a reasoning check, difficulty 3.
Sounds easy. We have a reroll as well.
4 dice?
Yeah, 3 or 4, whichever you feel more comfortable with.
Well, we have a reroll, so I feel like 4's okay.
Sure.
Do you want to take this one, or shall
I? Whichever you want. Up to you.
All right, this will be my last one then for a while, because I've had 2 really baller rolls. I feel like I might have one more pass in me, and then after that, I think it's probably only fails from here on out. What is that? Is that... Oh, okay, it's a miss, but I do have a free roll. So I got
my god.
2 and 2 blanks.
You were right. This is your last one for a little bit. We'll move back to me after this, after you pass this with a reroll.
Failed.
Fuck.
This is okay. I'm going to spend a token, I think. I will spend the Ranger's redraw token.
You better succeed in this now that you've done that.
Oh. What is... Oh my god, I failed again. Alright.
Let's just move on.
Yeah. Oh, god damn it, son of a gun. I'm so annoyed. Alright, this is fine. I don't know why I spared my language there. I don't usually on stream, or I've done worse on stream.
I have sensitive ears.
It's because the king, he's so young, you see. Right. Okay, so 62. Guide's knock is too hard for you to understand properly. She talks about the Witchwood and something about a past king. Much to the regret of Edith, her lesson is lost on you. Now choose a direction, Morganite.
North or east, because west and south would both be pointless.
Yeah, if you choose west and south, we'll immediately rescind your navigator title.
The city you were looking for was north, yes. Yes, it was.
I mean, that makes sense. Makes perfect sense to me. So, shall we go north?
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's do it. So put a time token down and go to 64.1. Ooh, exciting.
Something's here.
We have found... Have you found it, Mike?
Yep.
A camp! Yay! Nice job, Morganite. Assuming that we don't die immediately in the camp.
Yeah, assuming it's not full of villains.
Yeah. Get ready to make another decision about north or east again. But first of all, let's see what's going on in this camp.
The sun has been a mere smudge of bright grey these days in a sky barely visible under the deep wood canopy, with constant rain dripping down onto already muddy ground. In the rapidly fading light of the early evening, you had almost missed it. But here, in the growing shadows surrounding you, you spot something only humans could have left. The remnants of a camp. A skeleton of a tent with its torn cloth and tattered flaps ghostly in the wind. A dark circle of stones, its ashes long since cold and scattered. You wondered who could have ventured so far, and what happened to them. You search the tent and find an edible in a small container. Gain a ration. Fuck yeah. Free food.
That's pretty good going.
On board, baby. Edith sorted you out. I like how she was like literally like less than a day into this and she was like, the horrors. I had to go without food once. Everyone is tired from another day of fighting your way through the deep wood, and so you decide to set up camp here as well. As always, you share the watch duty among yourselves. The night is eerily quiet, and you know something is not right, although you cannot say what it is. In the morning, you hurry to leave this place behind you. Increase the tracker die by 1. I like how they actually said the tracker die has to be in the middle of the table, and now it repeatedly refers to it as the tracker die in the middle of the table. Like,
maybe that could be another tracker die, I suppose.
I suppose. I have put it in the middle, so I've followed the instructions. If you do not have clue token 1, and the die shows 2 or more, move this way. Well, we do not have clue token 1, and the die is showing...
Yes, we do it. Yes, we do. It came with the game.
Yeah, it's in the tray. What are they on about? We actually have all 7 clue tokens. Or 10 or whatever there is. We do not. So
I unlocked it in a shop with a credit card. Or on Kickstarter with a credit card, I guess.
Yeah.
Right, so none of these apply, right?
No. It's we don't have clue token 1, and the die shows 2 or more. So we have to go to journal entry 77.
Oh, because it just went up. Yes, because it has just become 2.
It's just become 2. Okay, I'm going to assume that pages and journal entries are not the same. I'm correct.
They're not. It's page 16.
Yeah, because page 77 is blank. As you continue, you cannot shake the feeling that you are being watched. Every time you hear a noise and turn to it, you see a shadow move. More than once you thought you spotted the glint of eyes staring at you in the greenish twilight. Gain clue token 1.
Yes.
Perform a spot check, difficulty 6. We don't have any free rolls on this.
It's me now, isn't it?
Yep. This is all you.
No rolls.
No, but you got all your blanks out, so I'm expecting great success.
I think 5 dice, though, believe it or not 6. What do you think? What do you have to say to that?
I have to say your instincts are infallible.
I agree. Alright, the cards are bad, right?
There is a slight bias towards crits and blanks, so they're high risk.
Yeah, let's just go with the die. Come on, here we go. Oops. This one, for some reason, didn't roll very far, but it was a miss. So 2 and a miss so far. Again, the misses don't want to go on camera. It's 6, right? So if I get a 2, oh, another blank. That's.
So that's 3 blanks and 2 twos. So
I don't think it's worth trying to salvage, to be honest.
No, I agree.
We fail.
You continue, vowing to keep your senses sharp to spot whatever it is following you, but despite your efforts, you cannot make out anything tangible. Might be you're imagining things, and these are just the usual deepwood noises. You have not been this far away from the wire road before, so you cannot be certain. Return to your place in the storybook. Yes, nothing happened. Nothing to see here. Don't worry. All is fine.
East or north, Morganite? East or north?
Yeah. You have not led us astray so far. So clearly this is a... Oh, apparently we can go south, but let's not.
Well, that's just back to the strange vines.
Precisely,
East
yes.
or north, please. we...
I am pleased we found a ration. That was good.
Yes, that is good. North will open up 3 spots. Yep.
Correct.
I like the way you think, and also it's in the right direction. Yep.
Okay, we continue
Let's do it.
north.
We are going to have another event. Go to entry 37 on page 10 of the journal.
Do we do that first?
Yeah, that is same as well, I assume so. Same as city events interrupt, right?
Okie dokie, so here's the time token. Go to 37 on page 10 of the journal.
It's another mutiny, probably. Let's face it.
Guide returns from scouting ahead. You had grown a bit restless as she was taking her time. While you admire her natural stealth and camouflage abilities, you still worry to let her roam the Deepwood by herself. If she did not return, you could never hope to find the Witchwood without her. This time she brought you something. A piece of tree bark with a small black lump growing on it. They look a little off-putting, but Guide knocks to you that they are safe to eat. Gain a ration.
Ooh. Very good.
Now, perform a survival check, difficulty 6.
Who's doing this?
I feel like we've both kind of had bums the last time, so I think this could be anyone's roll.
I'll go for it again because I've really gotten all the bad ones out, haven't I?
I feel like yes. I feel like that's only right. The law of averages dictates this should be good. Are you doing 5 or 6?
5 again, I reckon. So all together this time.
Okay.
I've got
one
cocked
cocked.
die.
Yeah, so I think you have to reroll that, don't you?
That could not be more cocked.
Yeah.
Let me move these over here so it's nice and. Right, here we go.
Yes, nice. And we get to do a card. Brilliant. I love
Let's
it.
do it. That's 7. 7 is more than 6.
Cards a miss. So
Okay,
now
that's good.
the white deck is back on track. It is pure average with a slight bias towards crit 2. Some movement in the bushes beside you lets you draw your weapons ready for anything the Deepwood might throw at you. Then you hear the sound of a blade slicing through flesh, followed by some big creature's yelp. A moment later, the asset from Ravenspire emerges from the bushes, black blood on their sword. They nod in your direction and return to their place by the fire to clean their weapon. You'd almost forgotten they were with you, and you realize you do not know a thing about them.
Weird. I had forgotten he was with us, genuinely.
Yeah, me too. Particularly because there's not like a card.
The idea is they have. I think we encountered one before because I remember this concept that when you look at their face, you don't see their face. You see past them. That's what it said. Like you see if they look like a blurred face in a crowd almost. Whenever
something out of like the corner of your eye that you can't quite make out.
Yeah, at all times though, when you look at it. So yeah, I think it was written so that you do forget about him. Which is quite fun.
But here's the real test, Chris. The real challenge. Do you remember what number we're on?
I do. So we moved north. 72.1 is where
Thank
you should have gone to.
Good. Yes, I have done that. Good. All right. Then I will pop down over here and I'll fill in the rest of these cards.
So the bad news is that the north is blocked again. So it's going to be a question of there's nothing happening here. It's just go east or west. So Morganite, in our attempt to go north, do we now go east or west? West will bring us back towards the center of the board. East will take us further east to the right.
West.
Yeah.
It has been decided.
That makes sense. I was thinking that as well. Gets us more central. 57.1 was it?
Mm-hmm.
So time token goes onto the slot, which says flip the time track to side B.
I'll recover all the tokens we've put out thus far.
So 57.1 is blocked further west. However, we do have an opening to the north. And again, there's nothing else to be done. Oh wait, no, yes there is. Sorry, there's one sentence. There is a sentence there, and it continues the next page. My bad.
Okay, bear with me just a moment while I set this up.
So you're blocked to the further west, but you have a path to go north. I'm going to take a wild guess, Morganite, that when you have your next choice, which will be backtrack or go north, you'll probably choose north.
But if a creeping sense of absolute dread says backtrack, then, we'll hear you out. You stop mid-stride, not a moment too early. Directly before you, but barely visible through the rain and the shadows of the trees above, there's a ditch in the forest floor. Are those human remains? You take a closer look. Perform a spot check, difficulty 5, +1 if the exile's with you. It's not, so difficulty 5. I guess this is my roll.
Yeah, you go for it.
I'm just going to roll 5.
Now remember, 1 miss and 5 on the other 4.
Nope, bad.
You messed that up so badly that I have lost faith in you.
Very well. No more dice for me then. Shall I crit into a card?
I don't think it's worth salvaging that. Yeah, crit into a card, yeah.
Yeah.
See if you can get another miss out.
I crit into a 1, which means we are, yeah, I guess slight bias towards misses, but also higher numbers. The number bias is better marginally. Right, so if you fail, the remains are definitely human, but you do not know why these people were here or how they died. The Deepwood has many ways to kill you, and you can starve or injure yourself by accident. Movement between the trees yanks you from your thoughts. Was something there watching you? Increase the tracker die in the middle of the table by 1.
Okay, so the one that's not in the middle of the table, leave it alone.
Don't touch any of the other tracker dice. If you do not have clue token 2 and the die shows 4 or more, do a thing, but it doesn't.
None of these apply.
Yeah, none of them apply, so we choose a direction to go in, north or backtrack. Morganite has already said north, yeah. So we press on. It makes perfect sense.
Crap.
So first we need to go to journal entry 41.
Oh, sorry, I might have spoiled what we're going to find. Page 1141.
Bear with me, I just need to use my Man-at-Arms card to keep track of where we are in the main book. This is probably quite a good spot to, quite a good moment to be using the app if you have access to it. I do like using the books and things. I'm a fan of the physical components, but there's quite a lot of back and forth, and it can be quite easy to lose your
But the app also has narration by James Cosmos, which is quite nice. But both options are good.
You have put it off as long as you can. You need to eat. The Free Company and surviving expedition members, Cyprian, Marilla, Edith, each consumer. Yeah, blah 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 blah. So it's all the same as normal. So are we starving anyone? We could.
No, we got 2 freebies. Let's feed everyone, I say.
Well, we've got 8 now. If we feed everyone, we'll be down to 4.
No worries, Morganite. Oh, do you want to starve the other person again?
I'm thinking, why don't we try starving Marilla?
Because then we'll have enough to feed everyone and 1 extra time to feed just ourselves. Yeah, let's starve the other person. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right.
No, we've been sensible. We've starved 1 person every time. We've been really sensible. I think I'm pleased with the way we've handled this.
So Marilla did not eat.
74, is it?
Yeah. If Marilla did not eat, place a time token on her ally card and move on to journal entry 76. When you
No, no,
notice...
it says no, no. It says no. It says if she has a time token on her ally card.
Oh, yeah. If she does not, turn to 75.
Yeah. Which presumably will put one there.
Marilla's spirits seem unaffected by your decision to withhold food from them. She even tells you that they've brought some rats from Verum, not for eating, she hurries to add, but for experimentation. She's seen some berries and other fruits near the camp they recognize from their books and are pretty sure are edible. As you open your mouth to argue, she promises not to take any risks and strolls off. But only a short while later you hear cries from the camp's edge and hurry to see the botanists jumping around after the rats that have somehow escaped their cage and are running for freedom. You try to catch at least some of them for a potential dinner, but they're fast, and some of them even get bitten by the furry beasts. Eventually, you end up with a bunch of dead rats twitching in death pain and botanists with long faces. All the rats that you've caught have already eaten the poisonous deepwood fruits.
God damn it.
2 random Oathsworn lose random combat tokens, and you place a time token on Marilla.
We are getting just trounced here. Like, we're not going to be... We're going to be... I think we're going to be the most battered up we've ever been starting a boss fight.
I don't know, actually. When I remember the walk from Bastion to Verum and we had to fight those barbarians in the village, we were pretty screwed by that as well.
Yeah, but the barbarians weren't too bad as enemies, if I remember rightly. We killed the healer almost immediately, do you remember?
Yeah, well, maybe the thing that's hunting us in the woods won't be that bad.
Yeah, that's believable.
That seems plausible. Might as well be optimistic. Right, I'm rolling to randomly determine 2 characters using my established system. So the first character is the ranger, and the second character, therefore, is the priest. And so now I'm numbering the priest's tokens.
Mike's characters.
From the top down. So it's 1, 2, 5, 6 here. Effectively meaning a 3-up is a battle flow token. So the priest loses a battle flow token.
No, you can choose the one you lose, can't you?
No, this says random.
Oh, does it say a random Oathsworn loses a random token?
Yes.
Oh, fair enough.
And now I'm using a system for the ranger. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 rerolls on 5s and 6s. 5. 6. God damn it. Come on. 6. God. I keep rolling misses, even on a system that's not even got any stakes. 4. There we go. So I lose my 2 animus token.
Boo.
Boo indeed. Okie dokie. And now that's the end of it. So we are back to 66.1.
Yes.
Your path ahead is blocked by dense vegetation. Sorry, I haven't put it out, gang. Yes, Chris swore because, as you may have rightly surmised, 'tis dead end. Your path ahead is blocked by dense vegetation. Sorry?
I was going to say we're just going to have to spend a bunch of time now going southeast, east. So, it's just...
Well, let's find out. You're about to turn back when you see a mound created by a half-buried object. An amalgamation of root and stone, clearly not of human origin. Guide, excited by the discovery, alights the mound on nimble feet and places a hand on its surface. My people make this. The land remembers. You cannot fathom what the object is trying to express in its current state. We dig, Guide knocks, the question implicit in her eyes. Choose one. Take some time to unearth the memorial, or choose a direction.
Well, I strongly dislike the fact that it's going to take time, but I feel this feels like it should be done, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I too strongly dislike that it will take time, given that we appear to be in a dead end. But I also feel like if there's even a chance this helps us progress, then it's worth taking.
Agreed. Okay, let's do it.
The memorial is buried under several feet of earth and mulch. Together, you carefully clear away the covering of ages and reveal the much larger surfaces beneath. Add a time token to the time track. So, this is the time it took us to unearth the device, the memorial.
Yep.
Finally, you step back and survey the picture. In the middle, a strong humanoid figure takes aim with its longbow, the sun shining above his head where you also notice some spikes that could be horns or a crown. Other people are depicted beneath him in a submissive stance. This must be the old Adendri king that Guide was telling you about. Says he survived birth of Deepwood, Guide taps out. This is a warning. He is landless, but still protects Adendri borders from beasts and tree killers. You ask who the tree killers are, and in reply she simply points at you.
Oh dear.
Returning your gaze to the depiction, you see beside the king there are some creatures. A large bird of prey and 3 hound dogs. You realize what this means. The king is alive and you killed his dog. He's coming for you. Reveal the special rules board and mark the special rules box for chapter 10 on your free company sheet.
Nice. Okay,
So-
that's great.
Yeah.
This dead end was worth it because I find it knowing if there are ads or not, like minions, I think is incredibly important for card selection, right? And bear in mind we unlocked 2 new cards each, so we got extra.
Sounds like there are minions.
Well, that's great to know. That means my warden wants to bring his AoE attack then.
Yeah. Oh, I was like, why are the special rules boards like this? And it's because yeah, okay, this is the way I've organized it, right? Yeah, bear with me. So I need to be up here. Yes, there it is. Special rules for 10.
So we're going to find out what we're fighting, sort of. So special rules are one of the updated ones. Special rule 10 is updated, so I'm getting my updated one.
Very good. The Forgotten King.
So we don't know what he looks like yet, but we know what he can do.
So, the Forgotten King, yes, he does have ads called the Pack, and his might is 2 blacks and a red, and he has defense 6. Start of encounter. Place 2 yellow cubes in the open spaces of the king's might track. The king starts off the game board hidden. There are 10 location tokens on the game board that represent areas you need to search. When an Oathsworn / ally moves onto the location token, roll a white die. If the card shows a 2, that character triggers a trap. If a trap triggers, draw and resolve a stage 3 card and the character is the target. Whether or not the trap triggers, place the location token on the encounter board. For every 5 tokens moved to the encounter board, remove 1 yellow cube from the king's might track. Once all of them have been removed from the game board, place the Forgotten King in the closest MP hex to the center of the game board and draw and resolve the top starred card in the melee deck. So he must have some other kind of deck as well that he's using. The king is accompanied by 3 bioform creatures. They are only activated by stage cards and use the minion targeting rules. They each have a hit point die that must be removed to win the encounter. Resolving these triggers a reaction as normal. Hidden Hunt. If the king is not on the game board, he will target the westernmost Oathsworn. During any reactions, he will target the die breaker instead. He is always considered to be in range and have line of sight to his target. Oh my god. So functionally he's effectively like off the board. And is this just on a funky angle? Yeah.
Do you want to be given more depressing news?
What's that?
Do you know what the main difference that's been made to this boss has been in the update?
More defense?
His defense has gone up by 1.
I knew it immediately. The minute you said like something depressing's happened, I'm like, his defense has gone up by 1, hasn't it? God damn it.
That's like so so you're saying this guy was considered too easy? What?
What?
So it is good though. We know we want AoE attacks, and we also know we value movement. So if there's any like cards that give you like cheap movement to hit these hidden spots, that's good to know.
Yeah, we're gonna have to move around very, very quickly to get all these tokens off, because otherwise he's gonna have a 5 dice attack that he's gonna be throwing before we can even hurt him.
the fact that we're allowed to see this before is good. That means, so what we'll do is, before we play the encounter, hopefully next week, actually, well, a week after, I guess, if you're away, before we even start streaming, we can you and I can try and pick out our cards and stuff, knowing about these requirements.
Yeah, precisely that. While the king is not on the game board, all stage cards are kept face down and not revealed until they're resolved, so we also don't know what his next attack is. Once he is on the game board, reveal the top card of the melee deck, and they will be revealed as usual from now on. The king has modes rather than stages. When he must draw a stage card, he will either draw from the melee or range deck. If he is not on the game board, he will draw from the range deck. If he is on the game board, he will draw from the melee deck. If a deck ever becomes depleted, shuffle the discarded cards from that deck to form a new draw deck.
I look forward to seeing what he looks like. Okay. Well, that was it. Definitely cost a lot of time, both in terms of being a dead end and also that we need to backtrack from, and having to spend the time to actually dig up the monument. But at least we got something very valuable out of it. So I guess now we move southeast, right? There's nothing else to forward.
Yes, it looks like we've not uncovered any. Let me just finish reading here. Yeah, the final option is choose a direction to go in. South is the only option.
Must go south, yeah. So we'll go south, which will just take us back to where we were. And we're going to have another journal thing, it looks like.
Yeah. And we skip over reading the text because we've already read it.
Yeah, so for 7.1, when we go south, now we just have a choice between north and east. We'll be taking the east option, but we have to read entry 42 on page 11 first.
I'm using my Man-at-Arms card again to keep track of where we're at. If Cyprian is with you, do a thing. Oh, draw and resolve. If Cyprian is with you, draw and resolve a Deepwood event and then return to your storybook.
No, it's if Cyprian's with you, turn to entry 43. Otherwise, do a Deepwood event.
Yep, you're right. You lay back on your bedroll, having oiled and sharpened your weapons. On the verge of sleep, you hear Cyprian and his squire talk. You know they have first watched tonight. From their argument, you can deduce the boys questioning in order to guard outside the firelight at the edge of camp. The notion is a sensible one. You open your eyes just in time to see the knight raise his hand and strike the squire, the fire reflecting on the polished steel of his heavy gauntlet. You can intervene to defend the squire, or close your eyes and try and get some sleep.
I think if we intervene, it'll probably push him further down his rabbit hole of madness. Give him another time token, potentially. I don't know what we'll necessarily get from it mechanically. Obviously, it would be the right thing to do to try and stop to intervene.
Yeah, so morally defending the squire is the correct choice. My concern is that we will just agitate him further and make
Yeah,
things
exactly.
worse in the long run.
How fed up with his shit are you? Like, how much do you
I mean,
want to take
I think
him on?
the other thing is that the squire made a sensible suggestion, so by defending the squire we might avoid like rations being stolen or something.
Well, I think that the squire will die if he's sent to guard out of the light.
No, that's the squire's suggestion, right? Isn't it?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, yes, that's
Yeah.
right. You're right, yes. So you're thinking either the squire dies because he went outside the firelight and is carried off, or okay.
I don't. That's possibly a good thing for rations if he's dead.
Unfortunately, I think he comes under the one ration that Cyprian consumes, so I don't.
I agree.
Yeah, tragically. So either the squire dies and we don't anger Cyprian, or we have the squire's death on our conscience, but maybe an encounter with Cyprian, a negative encounter with Cyprian.
Yeah, mechanically, I think that intervening is time token, and not intervening is either he died. His squire dies, but maybe nothing mechanically happens. And then narratively, I reckon, as I said, he dies, or
Oh, actually, do you know what probably happens is he dies and we lose some rations, or someone's carried off, or someone
because he
takes
had.
a wound.
Yes, that could be bad.
His watch is ineffective.
So maybe you want to intervene. I can't work out what the positive mechanical thing would be from intervening. Maybe there isn't one. Maybe it's just that it prevents, like you said, something bad happen, like losing rations. But the penalty is it puts a timer token on Cyprian.
Yeah, 100%. If we intervene, we probably prevent something bad happening, but get a time token on Cyprian.
I think Cyprian is revolting. That's happening. We're dealing with him at some point. So let's just do it.
Yeah, he's revolting and also mutinying.
Hey.
All right, let's defend the squire then. You shout. Surprised, the knight turns to you. You stride towards them with a curse on your lips and a command to stand down. The knight does not wait for you to finish the sentence. His hand comes hard across the boy's face. He should follow orders! The squire falls down and gingerly touches the cut on his head where blood is beginning to well out. You shoot Cyprian a furious look and extend a hand to help the squire up. Tears brim in the boy's eyes as he takes your hand. I will take the oath, he says.
Ooh.
Everyone falls silent for a moment, respectfully taking in this momentous decision. You know what that means? You ask. I do! Better than dying at his hands! You cannot argue with the logic and let Cyprian know that this puts the boy under the immediate protection of the Free Company, and he is obliged to free Willem from his service. Through gritted teeth, the knight utters, This is the thanks I get for my patronage! You're a fool, boy! He looks at you, about to say more, but he knows as well as anyone that once the words are out, there will be no taking them back. Gain ally card 31, Willem.
Wow.
Place a time token on Cyprian.
Yeah, well, we knew that was going to happen. That's actually something quite significant happened, actually.
Yeah, that was more consequential than I would have thought. So you're
also getting event card 35 for each deck.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's interesting. The only thing that would be even cooler is if Willem was like a full-on new Oathsworn, but it makes sense that he's not. He's not like battle hardened. Oh, he's a kid.
He's a boy. He's a squire. So.
Yeah, you're right. That makes perfect sense.
Beginning of his journey.
Him as a teenager, but he is very young. Oathed, you come onto the board with any 3 combat tokens, but he is a bit crap. Well, 3 yellows isn't too bad, I suppose. But they can't take extra whites, can they? I don't think. Okay, maybe they can.
I don't know. We've had to use them so infrequently.
I think I'm making that up. I think they can. Cool. I'm actually quite excited to see what these event card 35 may be in the future.
I'm slotting it randomly inside the deck and then giving it a shuffle.
Must protect. Yeah, we did the right thing, Morgan. I'm pleased with us.
Yeah, me too. I'm also pleased with us, even though we have pissed off. So we have 3 on Cyprian now, right?
No, 2, right?
No, because we starved him once, and then we added one just
right.
now, and then there was another time we pissed him off as well.
Yeah, next time a trigger comes, his thing is happening, whatever that may be.
Probably. I mean, to be fair, I suspect actually what's going to happen is we're going to arrive at the end to fight the king, and maybe everyone who hasn't got a certain number of tokens will help us out.
Oh, maybe. That wouldn't be too bad then.
Something
Although he'd
like
be quite
that.
useful.
Yeah, he seems to be the most useful, but also the most difficult to please. The others have been largely silent.
Yeah, they mostly took not eating on the chin.
Although now that we know that the enemy is the forgotten king of the Edendry, I'm more inclined to stop and examine ruins and relics and things.
Yeah, true that, must say. Right, so we go east again, backtracking once again.
Yep.
72.1, I think, is it?
Yes, correct.
And then we're going to go east again, this time to new territory, which is 67.1. However, we're going to have another journal event.
Is this new territory? We went south, east, and then east.
It is. Look, there's nothing. It's not surrounded on all sides.
Oh yes. So when you mean new territory, we're going to reveal some new cards. Yes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yes, we have not stood here before. Yes, actually, that's
Exactly.
correct.
It could be a village for all we know.
So that was south, and then that's the east we just took. But before we actually get to read anything, we have to do entry 46.
Indeed.
So bear with me while I just catch up to where we are. 72.1. Where do we go after 72.1?
62 point something, wasn't it? 62. Oh, I've lost it now.
Never mind, I'll find it. 72.1, and then it was east again, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what? Do you know what I think is confusing about this? I'm just going to share this with you guys at home real quick, and this might be why Chris and I are getting confused on occasion. If you look here on the way they've laid out the... Oh, you can't really see it. That's a bit better. The way they've just laid out the text here, it says east, southwest. But actually, if your brain thinks about it directionally, east is on the west side and west is on the east side.
No, maybe that is it.
So it's just kind of confusing, even though if you were to do it in sort of cardinal or clockwise order around cardinal directions, it would be north, east, south, west, which is traditionally the order in which you write those directions. But because it's above a map that is facing north, east is on the west side and west on the east side, which is confusing. Right, so from here we went east to 67.1, which is where we are now.
I'm having to slide everything.
I've got lots of... I'm wondering how far before we get off the top down. Oh, we're very close, but I'm hoping it won't happen. We'll address that if it comes to it. I've also got the roaming camera, so... That's okay. Now there is some text here, but before I read it, I'm going to go to 45 in the journal. 45? 46.
46 on page 11.
Yeah. If you have the Edith card, go here.
We have all of them, yes.
In the evening, everyone huddles around the campfire telling each other stories to lighten the mood. But you notice someone's missing. Edith is sitting on the ground, wrapped in a blanket, paging through her book. Just to remind everyone, this is the archivist.
Yeah.
Not the herbalist. You go over and invite her to join in, but she shakes her head. I just need to be alone for a while. I'm not used to being around people all the time, let alone outside the city walls without any privacy. I never wanted this. I was ordered to accompany you on this ordeal of a journey. She sounds exhausted, and you decide better leave her to herself as requested. As you turn away, you hear her mutter something under her breath. Even the Deepwood is watching me, I know it. You pause for a moment and look at her, but she's lost in her book again. When you leave to return to the crackling fire, your eyes scan the darkness surrounding you, and you know she's right. You felt it too. Something is watching you. Yes, we know this. We've got a die tracking it's the Forgotten King. We know what's going on.
What page are we on for the in direct in terms of traversal?
67.1.
Perfect. That is, yes.
146.
Yeah, I'm in the right spot. I was just making sure. Right, so Morganite, we must call on you again, north or east. I mean, I'm guessing north because. Oh wait, no, sorry. There's text. I apologize.
Yep, I'll do the text, but you consider Morganite north or east. The wood becomes very dense, tree trunks almost touching each other, sometimes growing into one another. Your group has to stretch out as you have to walk behind each other to make sure you stay on the same path. You raise your hand to stop the group. This is the perfect place for an ambush. Perform a spot check, difficulty 5.
Thanks, Kim. Okay. We don't get a reroll on spot checks, do we?
Not to my knowledge. Let me just check. No, we do not.
Okay. Who wants to take the spot check then? You or me?
I think it's your turn, isn't it? I've been blowing it a lot recently.
Think so, yeah. I'll do 5 if that's okay.
Yep. Oh, it's your call.
Well, it's still a joint effort. Oh, sorry, a little bit too far on those. So that is unfortunately a miss based on the blanks.
But
This
with
one might be worth. What's the reroll situation? Who has rerolls left?
the priest has a reroll, and the Avi has a reroll, and that's it.
Shall I use the Avi's reroll in with the idea being that the priest needs to heal the warden?
Yep, seems reasonable to me.
All right, use the Avi's then. And so I've got a 2, a 2. I've passed essentially as long as I can get a hit on this.
Yeah, if you roll a number here.
Oh, it is a 1.
Okay, it's gone a little bit off. I got nervous there. I couldn't quite see. Shall we burn a card?
Yeah, you might as well. At least that reroll was worth it.
Yeah, well, so we've had 2 bum rerolls already, so we're due a good reroll. And
exactly.
The card is a blank, so that's helpful. The white deck is now, I would say, marginally favorable and also biased towards a crit.
That's good, though. We should start using it then.
Yep, agreed. Next time. All right.
6-7.2.
You listen intently and watch your surroundings closely for a few moments. You feel the arrow approaching and instinctively pivot your body. The broad-headed arrow flies past your face, only to embed itself in the shoulder of one of your allies. Ow! If you have Cyprian, turn to 67.6. Ambush! You, check the front! Cyprian shouts as he pushes one of his entourage ahead of him. The knight's servant stumbles forward, fear in his eyes, until suddenly a thick branch comes rushing out of nowhere, pinning his chest to the nearest tree. He's walked right into some kind of trap. You can. Try and rescue Cyprian's entourage member. Try to flee with everyone in tow.
Semi-successful dodge. I feel like he's screwed.
I feel like stopping here costs more lives.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Let's get out of here.
Okay. You have no visibility on the archer and little room to maneuver. You need to get out of here. You cannot risk everything for one man alone, so you turn to run with the other. You see Willem, Cyprian's squire, stay back and try to free the servant. The knight turns and shouts at... Oh, no, that's wrong.
No, it's not wrong.
No, it's not wrong, but Willem's not Cyprian's squire anymore.
Yeah, but he's just...
Okay.
but he's still the way to describe him. It's just... It's an impossibility of the writing. They couldn't make it work, right?
I guess. They probably should have known that Willem might not be our squire. I mean, it might not be his squire at this stage.
We wouldn't even know his name was Willem if we hadn't found out, if we hadn't recruited him.
Fair enough.
Because you see, the problem is, if it just said you see Willem, then you would be like, who?
No, yeah, I know, but I'll read on. You see Willem, Cyprian's squire, stay back and try to free the servant. The knight turns and shouts at him to get going. As Willem does not obey immediately, Cyprian draws his dagger and slits the trapped servant's throat. The young squire cries out in horror as the knight drags him away. That's fine. I think they could have added one bit in there to just say, if you do not have ally card Willem, go here.
Oh, yes. If you have ally card Willem, it could say, yeah. That's a good. It's just it was an oversight. That's fair enough.
I mean, obviously the text still makes perfect sense. It's just a little odd because Willem's no longer his squire, and he's still ordering him around like he is. That's all. You could make an argument that Cyprian forgot temporarily that Willem's not his squire anymore.
In the heat of the moment, it makes
exactly.
sense. So it's fine, but it's a good observation you've made.
You all run along the narrow, and so Cyprian just slit the guy's throat. So he's great. He's willing to just write off all his own people and doesn't even give a shit. But good on Willem. He's got a good heart, but he might have to bury that a little bit if he's going to survive here in the deep wood. You all run along the narrow path and through the underbrush, jumping over giant roots, evading slimy, growing things and suspicious-looking plants everywhere. Finally, as your lungs and legs burn from the effort, you slow. Then you round on Cyprian and demand he explains his deed. The knight shrugs, his face cold. Quick decisions and sacrifices are part of every war. Who knows what information they could have got out of him? Willem, the knight's squire, turns away to hide tears streaming down his face. Increase the tracker die in the middle of the table by 1.
What are we at now? 4?
Yep.
We don't have clue token 2.
You're being hunted, and the die represents the progress of that. We do not have clue token. We do have, yeah. So we
Nothing happens here. Yeah.
you do not have clue token 2. So nothing happens here yet. Um,
So Morganite has suggested we go north again.
yep, that makes sense. So we move on.
Unfortunately, we have taken too long in the Deepwood, and we will now not get the extra unique item after we killed the Forgotten King.
Oh, I thought that turned on the extra unique item. That
Nope.
turns it off?
Yep. You need to get to the boss quicker if you want to get the item.
Well, good lord. We would have to have got there so much quicker.
You'd have to take the most direct path, or more or less the most direct path. Yeah.
Do you know what? Here's the thing.
I imagine that means we're almost there. But
I would rather have the special rules than the extra item.
Depends on what the item is, but yeah,
Sure. We can't value the item, but also, I mean, it's just an extra card. It could be useless for our characters.
Yeah, it's true. Too much meandering, yes, indeed.
But you know, the special rules are going to help us avoid like actual character death, and ultimately that's more important. I think. Right. So we've pressed on north.
61.1.
And moving the roaming camera because we're moving off of the actual table camera. All right, so this looks pretty good.
Yeah, we can go north again, which is a good start.
And I've just covered extra unique item, right? You come across a huge fallen tree slowly decaying on the ground, its enormous trunk blocking your path. You begin to walk around it when you notice another trunk growing into the other. You examine the tree some more, walking up its length, and also find two big main branches growing from the main stem, one of them broken. The peculiar tree has become a habitat of some gross deepwood insects, wriggling around inside it. Finally, you come to the tree's crown and immediately notice something is not right. Where there should be branches and twigs, there are long, thick vines protruding from the tree, lying flat on the floor of the forest, sinking into it like roots. They remind you of Guide. She steps toward the top of the tree and touches the area that could once have been a face. Now, only slimy dead things grow there. Then she conveys, Ancient male Adendri, long dead. She follows one of the vines and pokes around its underside a bit. Under it, there seems to be a hidden crevasse, and you see a faint glow inside of it. Help her lift the vine, or choose a direction?
Well, you were into this, weren't you? You said that now that we know it's an Adendri enemy, you'd quite like to do all this stuff. So I think I'm happy with that logic.
Yeah. Yep. I think I feel like we've made progress towards our target. So I feel like, and it's not like we're in any rush now.
Yeah.
61.2 then. Together you lift the heavy vine from the ground. Inside the crevasse you find some old Adendri spores that are beginning to stir, and in a moment they will be wind. If you have an Adendri Oathsworn, go to 61.4.
We do.
Yes.
Ranger.
You take in the old yet powerful spores left by the ancient. A rush of memory and emotions floods your being. You see the frenzy of a battlefield. Deepwood monstrosities are coming for you and your kin. The defense lines collapse. You are broken, your life slowly seeping into the earth of your homeland. Your land is lost, and so are you. The land changes. It belongs to the enemy now. The others are dead. There is only loneliness and endless decline, for centuries. Until your last day when it comes for you. You see a great Adendri standing before you, with crown-like horns on his head and a shining bow and sword. The king lives! He bows to you, a last token of respect to a dying subject, before his blade descends. You shiver as your own consciousness takes over again. As you look over to the place where you saw the Adendri king in the ancient's last living moments, you feel something, but then it's gone. All Oathsworn gain a redraw token.
Yay!
We like redraw. Good. Combat tokens, please. Increase the tracker die in the middle of the table by 1. If you do not have clue token... So we've got 2 applicable options here. If you do not have clue token 2, and the die shows 4 or more, go to journal entry 80. We don't have that. It also says, if you do not have clue token 3 and the die shows 5 or more, go to entry 83. Well, we meet both of those criteria.
Last time it was saying if you do have clue token 2, right?
Yeah,
Are we definitely right by that? We didn't misread that. We should have already done that.
Oh, yeah. We should have gone to 80 last time.
Did you just check the actual relevant entry?
Actually, no. Do you know what? I'm not sure. I can't find exactly which entry we were on before. Shall we just go to 80 now?
Yeah. Well, you have to read that. That's how I would resolve this anyway. Is the order the first one that comes up?
Agreed.
It's slightly upsetting though.
Well, why don't we do 80, and then if we can, move straight in to do the next one as well.
Well, the reason we shouldn't do that is because I'm not sure if we made a mistake or not. I'm going to try and find out while you go ahead and get the things.
Okay. Well, entry 80 reads, you notice the Deepwood has become deathly silent, but for the low dribble of rain, you give the sign to freeze. Gain clue token 2.
Am I right in thinking that it was after the guy, the Cyprian's friend, servant got pinned by a tree? That's the last thing that happened, right?
Yep.
Yeah, if you do not have clue token 2 and the die shows 4 or more, we should have read 80 already.
Okay.
So we'll do 80, and assuming that doesn't take us on a path of no return, that we'll then do the next one after that.
Okie dokie. So perform a listening check, difficulty 7.
We're gonna fail it. Well, should we just use the cards? Should we just use the cards and see what happens?
Yep. How many cards?
6.
Okie dokie. Here we go. 2 crit. Blank. 2 crit.
Oh my god.
1.
Oh no.
Blank. 2.
Wow. How much do we care about this?
I care enough to want to re-roll one of those because we're so close. We've got the number.
Your priest is the only one, right?
Yeah, he's got 2 redraws. No, everyone got a redraw. Oh no, we wouldn't have had them at the time. So yeah, the priest will have to use it.
Oh, Skimble. Well, I probably would vote for the priest to do it anyway.
Well, yeah, but he would have been the only option, so.
Skimble, please.
You want to do dice or card?
Whatever the stats say.
Let me check the deck real quick. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 misses. 3 cards left with 1 miss. So there's a 1 in 3 it's equal.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah. It's the same. Draw a card.
2 crit.
Yeah.
So I guess we crit into the rest of the deck because it's rubbish and pass the check.
I would have critted one at a time because if you got the miss, you could have just left it.
Oh, left the 1?
Yeah.
Well, we would have known. We would have either pulled... To be fair, the crit was on top. We can put the 1 back if you like.
What was the crit was on top? Do you mean the miss was on top?
Sorry, that's what I meant. We would have drawn the miss first.
Yeah, so leave the 1. I would leave the 1 though, wouldn't you?
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Alright, so we succeeded.
The listen check.
Which is 81, is it?
Yep. You hear something on both sides of you, moving fast. Above you hear the rustle of leaves. This is not a good place to take an ambush. Automatically, you command the expedition to break for some high ground not far off. Reaching an elevated copse of bent trees, you form a defensive circle and stand at the ready. Just beyond vision, you can hear the prowling. You have heard those noises before, emanating from the hound you had slain. There is something else, too, in the trees above. The creatures are not your usual deepwood fare. They know their ambush has failed, and after a time, they disappear back into the woods out of sight, but certainly not out of mind. Return to the storybook.
So we would have then continued along our merry way, and now we should be reading A3.
Yeah, correct. You hear the twang of the tripwire. No sooner had the sound pricked your ears than the rush of leaves and a single body fly into the air. You turn to see one of your allies dangling in a tree by their foot, high enough to break their neck should they fall. Draw a random combat ally and place its card in the middle of the table.
So get the combat ones, I guess.
Yeah. I presume does this include the 4 man-at-arms I hired? That we have?
Does it say ally?
I mean, they are combat allies, yes.
Then yeah, I guess so.
Alright, so this could be one of the 4 random mooks. It could be Willem. It could be Cedric, Gamel, Lysine, Lucky, Jonas, Brevik, Yanni, Lena, or the Golem. Feels like it shouldn't be the Golem. He'd break this trap.
Yeah,
but
I hope it's not the Golem. If it's the Golem, I almost would suggest a redraw. We'll see.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 cards. So somebody sensible pick a number?
It should be 13. Oh, hello, Lagard.
Oh, should it be 13 again in honor of Heggers?
It should be 13 again. I feel it should be 13 again.
Card number 13 then. So I'll pick the second from the bottom once I'm done shuffling.
Unless someone really objects, speak now, or forever hold your peace.
No, I think this is the way. 13 has been established as the random number to pull. All right, so the trapped ally is Cedric.
The rat catcher.
The rat catcher.
Okay. So we can leave them and flee. Is that? Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Read the last one.
Their comrades are pleading with you to help them, but you realize this has all the trappings of another ambush. Gain clue token 3, and now choose. Leave them and flee, take the risk, and cut them down.
How attached are we to Cedric, the rat catcher?
Honestly, I forgot he was here.
I actually hadn't. I actually did remember we had him. He helped us in the sewers. He helped us find our way through this. He
helped us find the first boss, right?
Was he the first boss? Yeah, maybe.
It must have been the giant rat, right? Or was it the?
Yeah.
No, was it when the satyr was in the sewers?
Yeah, I can't remember, to be honest with you, but it doesn't matter. He was actually genuinely helpful, but he is also a bit mad.
He's also not helpful anymore statistically.
He's terrible in combat as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So I mean, we would be saving him out of a sense of loyalty, which I'm not averse to. The problem is I have to bury all of my feelings to play this game because everything's awful, and if we try to do anything nice, we'll die.
No, that's not true. We do things nice, and we have done, and we do try to balance it. I do wonder if on this occasion, however, in the deep wood, when one person is taken by something and dangled there as a carrot, the best thing seems to be to leave them be, to let them die. Once you're grabbed, you're done.
Cedric's already dead.
We didn't save Samuel when Samuel was grabbed, right? Because we couldn't. By Samuel, I of course mean Michael.
Yeah, Michael.
Who died before this began. So yeah, I think we probably just leave him. I think he's gonna go down the annals of history as one of the casualties in the saving of Verum.
Sorry, Cedric, but you took this honorably so we can take down the Forgotten King and secure the plague. This is where your story ends.
Well, we assume he dies. Let's find out.
Yeah, okay. Your foremost responsibility is to ensure the mission's success. The fact that it is one of your own in that tree does not change it. How many bodies lay on the other side of the choice to save them? Whoever is out there wants you to try. No, you cannot risk it. You give the order to run while Cedric screams for their life up in the tree. Moments later, he is silenced by the thud of an arrow. You try to take solace in the fact that it could have been a lot worse.
It is true. That doesn't sound too bad.
archive Cedric and return to the
He used-
storybook.
yeah. All right. Well, that's a shame, but he knew the risks. Well, you know what? He was mad. He might not have done, but
He might not
came
have
with-
even known where he was or what
but
was
he
happening.
came of his own volition.
Cedric is archived. Okay.
I forgot what page we're on.
Oh my god, me too. No. We're on the one that says 61.3.
61.1.
No, 61.3.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, sorry. Led on from there, yeah. Or if you're returning, yes, if you're returning here, we now go north or east. I think it did. Yeah, Morganite looks like Morganite said north, unless that was the last one. But I think north makes the most sense, right? To keep going north.
Yep, we have now officially journeyed off of the table camera and into the great beyond.
So north is 71.1. Do you want me to take over reading, or are you happy to continue?
You can do it while I catch up with the layout on the table.
All right. So we got ways to go always all around us. I actually need to lay that out myself. I'm also at the end now, must be said. Right. Guide comes back from scouting ahead and explains. Journey end close. She seems to hesitate before adding more signs that translate to announce us to Adendry. Permit me. With that, she's letting you know. She's letting you sense her feelings of fear and doubt, like all Adendry you've met, who now call the green streets of Verum home. She had escaped from this place once already. She has never revealed all of what happened in her homeland or why they fled, but from what you've pieced together, there is some form of control or domination at work there. Choose one. Let the Adendry know of your coming, which is what she's asked us to do, or tell her not to reveal your presence, as it could be seen by someone else. But as it could be seen by someone else. I'm inclined to listen to her.
Yeah, that was my instinct as well.
So we let her do it, yeah?
Yeah, she's proven a valuable, sensible person.
So perform a reasoning check, difficulty 5, and I think it might be your turn to do it at long last.
What? I did the last one. No, I didn't. Did I?
No, you didn't. You haven't done it for. I've done the last 2, if not 3.
I think I feel like I did the last one because it was the cards.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Well, actually, you could do cards if you want. The deck is reset. Actually, the deck has a 1. Take the 1 for sure. That's for sure.
All right, yeah, we'll take the 1, and then what is this? 5?
Yeah, so you could do 4, I guess. Or you could do 3 if you're feeling lucky.
No, I'm not feeling lucky. So I'll take the card and roll 4 dice.
Yeah, go for it.
She said we're almost at the end of our journey, so.
Yeah, if she hadn't said that, I'd have been needing to go to bed soon. I'm hoping we can get it finished with one sitting. It'd be sad if we have to do 2-parter for story mode.
Oh my god, yeah, but these are the really long ones. Like
Yeah,
the story mode is like sometimes it's 90 minutes, and then sometimes it's like here's a mini game that takes 4 hours.
Yeah, if it's just running around the city reading the story entries, it's much quicker. What's the
So
one
I've
in the
nailed
corner?
it. 2 crits and a 1.
Crit into the cards, please.
Yep. So I've also drawn this 1 card, so I will need to, I guess, reset the deck. Do I reset before this 1 goes back in? I assume I do.
I think. Ooh.
I think so, right? Because it's part of resolving the roll, so the one's still face up on the table.
Correct. Yeah. I think so, but I'm not sure. I think so, but I'm not sure. But I think so, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I think otherwise you would lose track of what your total roll was. We just don't need to know because it's so high above the threshold. We've also got a reroll, so I can reroll into the cards as well, depending on what we roll.
I'm just going to keep reading. So it says, you can tell that Guide is afraid to return. You can see her ambivalence and give her a nod of encouragement, explaining that you think it would be wise not to enter Witchwood unannounced and uninvited. 2 Oathsworn of your choice gain a redraw token.
Cool. I'm also conscious we should have resolved entry 48 in the journal, actually.
Whoops. Well, there's more to be done here, so let's resolve it. Let's see, 48 on page 12. It's probably eating again. We haven't eaten for a while. 48, yeah.
Yep.
You make camp and assign the night watch. After the day you have had, and this deep into enemy territory, you offer to take the first watch. As the others bed down, you settle into a nearby tree, and with a good vantage point. All is quiet until near the end of your stint. Choose 2 Oathsworn to be the first watch. Each of the 2 Oathsworn will perform a listing check, typically 7. Add 1 if you're the cur. None of us are the cur, so. I'd rather not choose the warden, in case I don't want to lose another health.
Yep. So Avi and Ranger then.
Okay, let's do that.
I don't want to use the priest's last reroll,
Yeah.
and we might need a reroll.
Well, we just got 2 more rerolls, although after this we're getting them actually.
Yeah, I've set a set there, so we've
Perfect.
got a little bit of information, but that's fine.
So we need to do a listing chest 7. I mean, this is going to be very difficult. How are the cards looking now?
Yeah, so pretty good actually. After I resolved the deck, we've had 2 1s and 2 blanks out, so quite favorable.
Well, do you want to go first with the cards? Because obviously with my dice rolling skills, I don't need the cards.
Yep, that seems sensible and correct. This is challenge level 7?
Yeah.
So I'm pulling 6 cards then.
And hoping you don't get the 2 misses.
All right, here we go. It's a 1. Another 1. A blank. A blank. A blank. And a 2. All right. So do we both need to succeed for this to work at all?
No, one of us needs to succeed.
All right. Well, then I've set this up incredibly favorably for you. There's only 1 blank left in the deck.
But then I say I'll take it and I'll draw 6 as well. Because I still need 7, because you took out a few 2s there.
Yeah, well, all of the crits are left in the deck, and there's only 1 blank.
And how many cards are there?
How many cards are in the deck?
Yeah.
No, how many cards are in the deck total? Do you know?
18.
Then I think there is 8 or 9 left.
Okay, I'll take 6 then. I still think I need 6 in case I get too many 1s. All the ones.
Yeah, there was 8 left. But I think we got out. I think we've done pretty well. I think if this is all 2s and crits. All right, here we go.
Well, should I only take 4 or 5 then?
It's too late. I started.
Yeah.
Also, there, the blank was on top.
Yeah.
But there's a 2 crit, a 2 crit,
God.
a 2.
Yeah, I should have only taken 4 or 5.
And a 1.
Okay,
Well,
that's
don't
fine.
crit into the deck then, because we can work out what's left, and it's going to be. I think it's 2 2s.
Yeah, let's just leave it then as it is. I'll crit into my dice.
Do we get to see? Yep. Get those 1s out the way.
Yeah. It's important. It's just as important to roll the blanks out of the way and the ones out of the way as it is to you do it with the cards.
Good news. Somebody passed their listening check.
If either succeeds, turn to page 4. I mean, that makes sense thematically. Only one of you needs to hear the thing to react to it. The 2 Oathsworn on guard duty do their job. They low hoot. Their low hoot, the signal for an enemy approach, has you fully alert and up in a moment. You hear it too then, something coming. No talk is necessary. To take up positions. When the thing without a face slithers into view, you are ready for it. Perform a round of combat against defense 9. Add 3 to each total as you hear it coming. Each Oathsworn that fails loses a random combat token instead of a hit point. Oh wow, the listening check was important. Gelatinous flesh. Oh sorry, so that's it now.
Well, yeah, I mean, without failing that listening check, this would have been borderline impossible.
Yeah.
But
So
we are just defending tokens.
Yeah, it's still important though.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is there's no point in spending tokens here, so just
No.
pull some stuff.
Yeah,
I
it's
guess.
very true. It's just how are the decks looking? Red and yellow.
Let me find out for you. So yellow has a 1, a 3, and a blank out of it, so kind of like half a die. Not really one way or the other.
I'm just gonna roll, I think.
And red has a blank, 2 2s, and a 3, so marginally unfavorable.
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll in that case.
Sure. Who's
So
starting?
the Harbinger, I'll just do it left to right, I guess. The Harbinger is got a red and a yellow, and he'll take 2 whites, I think, looking for a 6.
Yep. Hey, Lucard, welcome to the journey.
That is bad. The Harbinger loses a token. What has he got?
A random combat token.
Oh, fine.
He's got a defense, a reroll, and an empower. I've put them in an order. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can you roll a d6? Do you have one?
I can. That's a d10 or 12. That bounced out on the floor.
Yep.
4.
4 is your defense token.
Actually, it fell in a bin.
Clearly, it's not a good die.
What's the situation here then? I got 2 yellows with. I'm just gonna roll 2 yellows and 2 whites. I'm not gonna muck around.
Yep.
Too many blanks. Oh, that's a much better roll. Unfortunately, 2 of them went way over here, but that's a really good roll.
Yep. Very good.
Feel free to crit into cards.
No, we don't want to crit on whites. Yeah. So
that's. I shouldn't have been rolling whites. I'm a muppet. Oh well.
Well, I'm thinking I'll use the whites for the priest because his might is shite.
His might is shite. Yeah,
he's got 1 red, so. Do you want to crit? Might as well crit into a yellow card, yeah.
Yeah, crit the yellow.
It's a 1.
Okay.
So yellow becoming kind of whatever for cards, so we could just use them. Anyway, I think for the priest, what do we need to get to? 6?
6.
So if I pull 2 white cards and then roll a white and a red, that'll do it, right?
It should do, unless you blank both the dice.
I think that's the only way it fails.
Yeah.
So the dice is either 3 or 4. I can't quite remember, but it doesn't really matter because this is what I'm doing regardless. It's a crit on one of the 2s. Well,
so you just need a 2 now on these 2 dice. Nice. Yep. Perfect. In fact.
So I will not crit into the deck because then I have to reset it without these cards.
So what do you want to do for the Ranger?
I think it's just going to be 2 reds and 2 whites, probably.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I'll just reset the deck and then pull from the deck so we get that out of it. The red are bad, so we can start with the red dice anyway. And find out what this looks like. Oh, it's a miss. Straight up just 2 blanks right off the bat.
Yeah, it's just a miss. And you lose a token, so it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
So you just randomize the token?
Yep. True story.
Oh, you can still pull 2 whites cards, right?
Yeah, I have to. I've committed. So I'm just gonna finish shuffling them here. I'm just trying to get like some randomization in here because we did have a lot of blanks clumped together. All right, and there we go. And the cards are a 1 and a blank. So that's pretty good.
Okay. So how many tokens do you have? 4, is it?
Yep. Yep. So here is the randomization tool again.
Randomization tool.
Oh my god. 3, which is one of my empower tokens.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, I like all my tokens. So.
That's, I guess, good, but also sad as any then. Yeah. Gelatinous flesh slides off your weapons. The thing had been big and slow, though its secretions seemed to have a numbing effect on you. You are glad it did not catch you while you slept. You doubt you would have woken. Continue to Journal 51. The rest of the night passes uneventfully. As you pack your things with the rain pounding your faces in the early dawn of the next morning, you dole out the rations. I think we should all eat. How many rations do we have?
No, I agree. We've got 5.
5, is it?
Yeah.
Everyone eats, and then we can eat again. I think that makes sense, right?
I think we're going to get there before we need to eat again.
I agree. Yeah. Okay, so then we return to our place in the story, and if you remember correctly, we were just encouraging the Adendry guide to announce our presence.
Yes.
After you ask her to announce you, Guide quickly climbs a nearby tree. and from there releases spores from the tips of her hair vines, which are carried northward by the wind. Increase the tracker die in the middle of the table now, Mike. Not that
Okay.
one.
No, sorry.
Middle
I
of the
just
table.
remembered I had to give a redraw token to everyone, right?
You to two people, to
Oh,
two
to
Oathsworn
two
of our
people.
choice. Of our
Okay.
choice.
Do you have any thoughts?
Who doesn't have it? Does everyone have one already?
Everyone's got a redraw already.
Um,
Warden has the most tokens by far. Avi and
not
Priest
Warden.
only have 2 each. Um,
I was actually going to say the priest for healing and maybe the Avi for massive backstab, empowered backstab
sure,
sort of thing.
sure. There we go.
Um,
The one thing I would consider though actually is just that the Ranger tends to be quite far from the group more often than the Avi. If you remember
for
our last
purposes
fight, you
of the
got blessing
blessing,
a lot more often.
that's fine. Yeah, that's reasonable.
So,
Yeah,
what do you think? Maybe, do you mind?
yeah, that's good. That's good logic. You take it there, and I'm just going to plug in my headset because apparently its battery is low. And then you need to increase
Yeah.
the tracker die in the middle of the table.
There we go. I've done that.
Did you say you've done it?
Yep.
Great. Only a short while later, a single spore floats towards you through the wood. An answer? Guy catches it and takes it in. Her fear flares up again. She knocks quickly. He comes. Hurry. You are not sure what she means, but you have grown to trust her judgment on imminent danger. Right. If you do not have clue token 1, we do.
So we meet none of these criteria. We have all the clue tokens.
Okay, so then we just go north.
Yep. I think so, right?
Yeah.
Morganite, let us know if you disagree with North. But we're going to press on.
That's where the answer came from. The spore answer came from north.
Yeah, but maybe going east or west at this point would reveal some secret hidden power.
Right. So is this where we're going to then?
74.1, right?
Yeah. So we go forward, and we're now blocked to the north and to the east. We have west free though. Perform a spot check, difficulty 8. Add 1 to the result if you have an Addendry Oathsworn, which we do, thus making it difficulty 7. So spot check, difficulty 7. What's the white deck looking like?
The white cards, we've had a 1 and
Yeah.
a blank out of it, so slightly favorable.
Let's just draw 6 cards then, yeah?
Yep, makes sense to me. Yep, and we're looking for 7,
6 cards
right?
for 7. Yeah, this makes sense. 6 cards for 7. With 1 blank missing in 2 means we're less likely to get double miss. So yeah, I feel positive about this choice.
It's a 1, a 2, a 1,
Cool. It's going well. It's going well.
a 2 crit,
Come
a
on.
blank,
No, not a double miss at
and
the
a
end.
2.
Yes. Do you want a crit?
Yeah, we can crit into another card. Which is a 2 crit.
Did you think I was gonna do it?
No. So there's
Do
a
you
2
want crit again?
Sure, but I think
Can't
it's
be worse.
just to mill the deck now.
Yeah.
Because I think we've got through. It's another 2 crit.
Okay, well the deck is crap now.
The
Crit
deck is
again.
nothing
Do
but
it.
misery. It's a 1. There's
Okay. God. All
no
blanks.
cards left and they're all blank.
Yeah. Here and there, you catch a glimpse of a shadow moving alongside you, behind the trees. Despite the fact that you have not had good luck at your, despite the fact that you have not had a good look at your pursuer, you are dead certain you're being followed. You tell the group to pick up the pace. You need to reach your goal, and soon. We can go south, which is where we came from, I think, isn't it?
Yep.
Or we can move west.
Yeah, I mean, we have to go west. It's the only option.
Yeah, 56.1. Oh, I haven't been putting. I don't think I put out a tracker token the last. Not time token. The last. At least definitely last time I didn't. Maybe
Yeah.
last 2 times.
No, we just needed 1 for moving north, and now we need 1 for moving west. So you should be on the start of the bottom row.
Yeah, the first of the bottom row is covered now.
Yep, that's
Agreed?
correct.
Okay.
Yep.
56.1. The trees thin and become of a type you are unfamiliar with. They are still twisted and rot-eaten, some even strangled by deepwood vines, yet they still cling to life. The stench of rotting wood and flesh enters your nose, and looking around you see hundreds of mounds litter the earth. Dead things, both Addendry and deepwood, of all sizes and forms. Many of them bear scratches or teeth marks. The small are trampled, the large are broken, and all show signs of fungal growth. To your left, a great living turret the size of to your left, a great living turret the size of the broken oak lies tipped on its side, its underbelly rent open. In front of it, a dozen mounds of dead meat, protruding bone and muscle, give testament to its final act. To your right, packs of the slain lay scattered around a solitary figure, a female Edendry, bow broken, spear shattered. From their poses in death, you can tell this is a battlefield, and from the looks of it, nobody won. You must be closing on the border, or perhaps this was the border not long ago. Either way, you need to keep moving. You're losing light, and we'll need a camp soon. All Oathsworn gain a defense token. Choose a direction to go in. We can go back where we came from. We can go south, which seems pointless, or north.
Yeah, I mean, south it's got to be north. It's got to be north.
What on earth is in the south position?
Just some. Well, we could have turned south earlier, but there's no real.
77.1. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
This might be the end because there is no diagram of Deepwood. A low fog is crawling in, making it impossible to see anything outside of your torchlight's radius, especially on the ground where you suspect to walk into some bizarre trap at any minute. All sounds are dulled and the damp makes your clothes wet, so they stick to your body, rubbing it sore. When darkness falls, you still press on, stumbling more than walking, clinging to hope that you will soon reach the fabled Witchwood. You ask Guide for an estimate, but she does not have a good answer. Finally, some in your party refuse to take another step, for they are too weak to go on. Your bones tell you this is a bad idea. You drive them on further, but as some begin to collapse, you know you have no choice. Grudgingly, you set up camp, but make sure to double the night watch guard. You are having a nightmare. Someone in your dream is crying for help, and you cannot move. Your eyes open, and the cries continue. It's not a dream. You rush to your feet, gripping the weapon beside you, and peer into the early morning light. This is it. If you have Edith ally card, we do, don't we? She's still alive?
Yep, Edith is still here.
It is Edith. At the edge of the camp, she kneels on the ground, writhing in pain. She had clearly tried to relieve herself beyond the firelight, and that had been where the trap sprung. One mistake is all it took. How many of those traps were out there? Both of her hands seem to be trapped in some sharp living contraption. Under it, you can see her book. She screams, and you can see the violent red shine on her small, delicate fingers. One of your companions is already trying to free her while clamping a hand over the mouth. It's too late, though. Another sound sets in, a deep howling from the woods. With your back to the fire to protect your night vision, you peer into the tree line. Perform a spot check, difficulty equal to the number on the die in the middle of the table.
Thank God it's not the die on the left of the table.
What is it? 6? Is it?
It's 6, yeah.
So we definitely want to pass this. The white deck, the deck is absolutely just stymied, though, isn't it?
Yeah, the white deck is just awful.
I'm glad we had you as a navigator, Morganite, because you're right, this trip was a terrible idea. So do I roll or do you roll? Or do we half and half it?
I think you roll, Chris. It's your
5
turn.
or 6 dice.
I mean, to be fair, we've got actually quite a lot of redraw tokens.
Do you want to do 5 then?
I don't want to be trying to roll into 2s. But also 3 misses, that would be really upsetting. Ugh. I think 5. I think 5 is sufficient.
Yeah, I think 5. Let's do it.
Looks
good.
good.
You can't see it all.
There we go. Look at that. 6, nailed it. Shall I burn some cards?
You might as well. So it says, if you fail, you will be ambushed. Mark the ambush box for chapter 10. Thankfully, we're not. Ugh. That's pretty important.
2 more good cards.
Oh my God,
I think that deck is just misses on the bottom.
Well, I think we're at an end here. You see the light of the fire reflected in predatory eyes fixed on you. There are beasts, but no hunter. Where is an arrow blossoms from Edith's chest, ending her screams.
Aww.
You need to find this. You need to find this guy, or none of you will get out of here alive. Archive Edith ally card. She dead. And then if you have mystery chest 10, open mystery box 10. If you have the mystery chest, open mystery box 10. If you do not have the mystery chest, open mystery envelope 10. Proceed to the chapter 10 encounter in the encounter book.
I feel bad for Edith. She had such a miserable trip, and somehow she survived all the way to the end just to be shot. Poor Edith.
Well, actually, you're mistaken. She wasn't merely shot. She actually was trapped. Her hands were trapped by a plant mouth first.
Yeah, I know. It's just terrible. Poor Edith. I really feel bad. Like, really.
So I haven't got the chest. It's downstairs, so I'll have to reveal the miniature tomorrow. Not tomorrow. On the next stream at the start of the encounter.
Well,
for now, we're gonna have to. I'll get the envelopes.
Yeah, I'll get the envelope out in a minute, but I just want to show everyone that these are the last 5 cards in the white deck. After I shuffled and said I need to give this a good shuffle because all the blanks are together.
Wow.
Wow. That deck really... Okay, I'm definitely going to give this a good shuffle before I put the game away. Alright. So here we have envelope 10. Do not open until told. I have been told. So, yep. Here we have a hawk, 2 dogs, and the Forgotten King. And they're all quite green, so I hope they show up okay. There he is. He killed Edith.
He's done worse than that.
It's true.
And he will probably do worse than that. Okay. Ugh. Well, that's it. Next time on Oathsworn Into the Deepwood, we do Encounter 10, where we take on the Forgotten King.
True story.
And we seem to manage to... We seem to have... Unless as the start of the encounter says something about time... Like, it can't do, right? Because the time tokens... Yeah, it can't do. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be expected to remember the time tokens, but I presume also we get to keep the 3 ally cards. So I think,
yeah, of course.
I think we've still got... I'm sad about Edith, and then we've kept bloody Cyprian.
Yeah, I've just looked. There's nothing about that. So yeah, so those time tokens presumably he was gonna like turn against us and fight us or something. So I'm glad we avoided that.
True, but if he dies helping us kill this guy, that'd be great.
Well, he won't. By default, he won't be fighting, right?
No, but there maybe. Yeah, I guess we're just going straight into the encounter phase, so he's not even going to be there.
Yeah, they're off. Well, he's off on the sidelines. He can. Oh yeah, and even if one of us dies, he can't come in because he's not a combat ally.
Yeah, he's bloody useless.
I think everyone they're all tired and broken at this point. It said so. I mean,
we should have let him die. Now he's going to survive, and he's going to go back to the city, and he's going to be like a jerk there. We're going to have to deal with him later.
We'll manage. Right, I'm afraid I'm going to have to head. I am getting up for work in a very small number of hours, which is concerning.
This is true. Chris has made a big special effort to get us through this
powered
session.
On. Got it done.
Go. So, thanks everyone so much for watching. This, of course, is possible thanks to everyone who supports the show on Patreon. And, you know, that's helping to pay for all the equipment and everything that brings you these live streams. So, thanks everyone so much for supporting the show and helping us run this stuff. And also just, you know, playing what we want and making the content we want and all that kind of stuff. It's really appreciated. And also thanks to Game Topper for the table as well. It's what helped us get through the entire Deepwood without having to constantly move it around. So we're appreciating them for that as well. And if you want to see some more adventures, we've got an edited series of Elder Scrolls up on the show right now, 2 episodes and the 3rd one coming, so that's very exciting. You can check that out. Otherwise, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next fight with the Forgotten King. exciting stuff. I can't imagine anyone made it to the end of this and they're not subscribed, but just in case somehow, YouTube likes me to mention it, so I'll mention it. And we'll let Chris go to bed. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate you sticking with us. Bye.